Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge in the presence of two very prominent leaders from this county who are seated at the Speaker's gallery. We have the former Senator, the Honorable Imana Ikal, former Senator of Turkana County. And we have John Muñez, who needs no introduction. Former CS, a legislator, a brother, and a friend. So on my own behalf and on behalf of the Senate, we welcome you to these proceedings. I will allow the majority leader and Senator Wambua, the deputy minority leader, to, under 1 minute, welcome the two prominent leaders from this county.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join you and the rest of my colleagues in welcoming this very distinguished colleague of ours who have joined us this afternoon as we visit their home county. I know the two gentlemen very well. I served with both of them in the House of the Senate, Senator Muñez in our first term, and Senator Professor Ekal, the Texan Turkana. That's what he loved to refer himself as. He's Turkanan, but also a Texan to heart. Therefore, we celebrate them joining us while we are here. I hope they can stay, Mr. Speaker, listen to debate, compare the experiences back then when they were senators and what is of this Senate, and they can appreciate the dynamics. Of course, we have more younger senators these days, Senator Muñez, than we used to those days. It was quite a lonely path for me back then, being the only young one. Now, if you come back, the young at heart like Senator Oburu are in the minority, unlike back in the day when you were in the Senate. Welcome, good to see all of you in good health. I look forward to interacting with you during the course of our break. But thank you so much for honoring this invitation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I equally thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me the opportunity to join you and my colleagues to welcome our friends, our colleagues, CS Muñez and Senator Professor Imana Ikal. Speaker, I served with Professor Ikal in the last session, and as Senator Cheriot has said, is a senator of Turkana from Texas. We had the opportunity to visit this county with him when we came for a roads engagement. We also came here for the campaigns, and we campaigned very, very vigorously with him and with the CS. I'm very delighted to see them seated with us this afternoon, and I hope that we will find time after this sitting, the Speaker, to interact with them, them to show us around. There is a pending date between me and Professor Ikal to take me to Amanyata. I believe it will happen this evening. The Speaker, with those remarks, I welcome my friends and my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mazayo, under 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join myself with you in welcoming my brother, my senior brother, and my friend, and a very, very close associate, Honorable John Muñez. And Professor Ikal also, I would like to also join myself to welcome you this afternoon in our chambers, the chambers where we're sitting. First and foremost, I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that Senator John Muñez was one of the distinguished senators who we had in the first chamber. And we were in the same committee of labor, very, very close working relationship. And I think I had a lot of experience from his, I earned a lot of experience from his long experience as a cabinet minister. And I'm glad that I've seen him. I sent him a message telling him I'm in Turkana when I was in the air. Incidentally, I didn't expect to see him, but I'm glad that I've seen him, and I hope it's not my message that made him come here. So I want to thank you and join you in welcoming them, and I can see that Senator John Minister is still keeping his good health, and I'm very glad. God bless you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, allow me to rearrange the sequence of today's order paper for the convenience of the House. You will notice from this afternoon's order paper, order number 8 is an order that was interrupted during the morning session, and I'm referring to the supplementary order paper for today afternoon. And therefore, we will rearrange this sequence and straight away pick it up from where we left it when this business was interrupted. Once debate is concluded on this particular order, we'll now come back and resume the natural flow of today's order. As directed.
Order number 8, the primary health care bill, Senate bills number 44 of 2023, second reading.
Now, if you recall, honorable senators, in the morning, sitting today morning, we had passed through consensus a motion to limit debate. You need not utilize all the 10 minutes, but we said maximum 10 minutes. So that still abides. So when you're called upon to contribute, kindly bear that in mind. Honorable Morango.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Mstahiki Spika, huu mswada una mambo mengi mazuri, na nitaanza kwanza na yale mazuri. Ya kwanza ni kwamba wale wahudumu wa afya ambao watatumwa katika vijiji na maeneo kuangalia afya wataweza kutenganisha wale watu ambao wako na magonjwa madogo madogo ambayo yanafaa kuhudumiwa katika zahanati na yale magonjwa ambayo inafaa kupelekwa katika hospitali za rufaa. Na hiyo itasaidia msongamano wa wagonjwa katika hospitali za rufaa, ambako watoto ambao wangepewa hata kama ni Panadol na kurudi nyumbani, wanafika mpaka hospitali za rufaa, na ili hali wangetibiwa katika zile zahanati na vituo vya afya vya msingi. Jambo la pili ni kwamba tunapopitisha huu mswada pia tuangalie maeneo, kwa sababu ukiangalia kama eneo la Turkana, mhudumu wa afya kama atapewa nyumba 100 na kama Kirinyaga mahali ninapotoka, kuna uwezekano familia 100 ziwe zimetapakaa kwa umbali karibu andizima kwa yule mhudumu wa afya ambaye atawekwa sehemu kama Turkana, ili hali sehemu kama Kirinyaga watu 100 wanaweza kuwa wanaishi katika eneo ambao walijafika mita 200. Kwa hivyo ili tuweze kujua kama ni usafiri wale wahudumu wa afya utafanyika namna gani. Na kwa sababu serikali tulikuwa tumekuja tukisema ni serikali ya kutoka chini kwenda juu, Mstahiki Spika, mahali ambapo usafiri unatakikana, ingekuwa ni vizuri kama pia tungehusisha vijana wa bodaboda ili waweze kupata lishe wakati wa kusafirisha wale wahudumu wa afya ambao wanahitaji usafiri wakati wanafanya kazi yao. Mstahiki Spika, nimesema hivyo kwa sababu nimeona sana katika mambo ya wale maafisa wa kilimo. Tumepatana na pingamizi nyingi kwa kaunti ambao wanafaa kusafiria wakulima, lakini hawana njia ya usafiri. Wao kila siku wanasafiri, wanapiga guu kama siafu. Unapata hawana, hata kama wanataka kusaidia wakulima hawezi fika mahali pengine. Tungeomba pia katika mswada iwe wazi venye usafiri utakuwa kwa wale wahudumu wa afya ambao wanaenda vijijini. Nikiongezea ingine, kuna sehemu kifungu cha 14 H ambayo inasema kwamba atakayeongoza katika kupeana hii afya ya msingi katika serikali kuu, ambaye pia ndo atakuwa katibu, na hiyo ni kusema yule atakuwa ni kama CEO. Hiyo ni kusema ya kwamba atakuwa anakaa Nairobi, na tunaongea kuhusu afya ya msingi kama shule ya msingi, chekechea. Hapo kuna kinaya, kwa sababu tukisema kwamba kiongozi ama yule atakuwa anaangalia masomo ya msingi ya mtoto wa chekechea atakuwa anakaa Nairobi, hapo tunaenda kinyume na ugatuzi ambao tuko nao kwa sahihi. Kwa hivyo ningeomba ya kwamba sitasema au mswada tuangushe. Mimi sina tabia kuchoma nyumba panya akiingia ndani. Tuupige msasa, tuhakikisha kwamba uko sahihi, halafu ndo tupitishe. Jambo langu la mwisho, kwa sababu sikai sana Mstahiki Spika, ni kwamba Waswahili husema shimbe ya mganga hutoka kwa mgonjwa. Kwa sababu pasipo mgonjwa hakuna aendaye kwa mganga, na mganga mpaka alipwe. Tuangalie mswada usiwe ni wakuja kushimbisha waganga ambao tunapitisha siku ya leo. Kwa sababu mimi niko hapa, nitaunga mkono mswada kwa marekebisho ili tuhakikisha kwamba tunalinda ugatuzi, na pia tuhakikishia kwamba pesa zitashuka. Kwa sababu Mstahiki Spika, tukitoa majukumu yetu kama seneti, tuko na majukumu kidogo sana. Ukiangalia baadhi ya ile mambo imekatuliwa, kwanza ni afya na kilimo, hatuna ingine. Tukirudisha maneno ya afya pia katika serikali kuu, ambayo sana sana unajua vizuri wanapokuja wenye wanaangalia na utendakazi wao ni bunge la kitaifa, tutakuwa ya kwamba ile keki yetu tuko nayo ndogo bado tunaendelea kuipeana, kuongezea wenye wako na kubwa. Kwa hivyo majukumu yetu kama seneta tunafaa tuyalinde kwa kuhakikisha kwamba mambo ambayo tunaofanya, fedha ambazo ziko tunasipeleka katika katu zote 47 na kuhakikisha kwamba sisi maseneta ndo tunafanya kazi ile. Na kuna hiyo sehemu pia 14. Unajua wakati Mheshimiwa Mbua kuna kitu alisema, mbunge wa Kitui, aliposema kwamba tunafaa kuhusishwa katika hii mambo, na hiyo naongea katika kifungu ya 14 ba ambayo inasema kutakuwa na kufuatilia, that is monitor, kuhakiki, that review, na kuangalia utekelezaji wa afya msingi. Hiyo kazi ya kuangalia, kutekeleza na kuhakiki ni kazi ya seneti. Na kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono kwamba seneta wa Kitui venye alikuwa anasema alikuwa sawa venye alikuwa anasema. Asante sana Mstahiki Spika.
Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute. Allow me to start with an observation. Just the other day, Mr. Speaker, I saw the President and the Governor of Nairobi. Essentially, I don't want to say launching, but they were inaugurating this community health promoters in Nairobi. Now, that got me worried because, Mr. Speaker, every single time we ask ourselves, how is it that we are debating a law and yet people are doing the same thing that is supposed to be done under that law? Where are these community health promoters in Nairobi? Under which law, under which framework were they being inaugurated at Uhuru Park? Because when I read this bill, Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 9.3, it says a community health promoter shall be appointed on such terms and conditions as the respective county public service board shall determine. And they are supposed to be appointed under clause 8.1a that community health promoters appointed in accordance with this act. How can we be debating the law that will give a framework to appointment of community health promoters, and the president and the governor of Nairobi have already gone ahead and are telling us that they have employed community health promoters? Who are those people that were being flagged off at Uhuru Park? And what is the purpose of this Senate if the laws that are supposed to give effect to these things are being debated when the things are already being done? What are we doing here in Lodwar, Mr. Speaker? What are we doing here? It is illegal. No, Majority Leader, you cannot say they are ahead of us. What is the purpose of this Senate debating a law that is supposed to provide a framework for the employment or deployment of these people, yet you are doing it outside or without the framework? It means, Mr. Speaker, that this law is superficial. We don't need it. They are already doing it. So what is the purpose of us debating this bill, Mr. Speaker? But having said that, let me also lend my views to some of the proposals here. But I cry for this Senate, if indeed we are here to debate things that are already being done anyway. It means as a House, really, we have no role in these things. Number two, Mr. Speaker, let me address a provision on the qualifications of these community health promoters. And if you look at the work that the community health promoters are supposed to be doing, it should inform the qualifications that these people require to have at the very minimum for them to be able to undertake their duties. Mr. Speaker, if you see under clause 10, the functions of community health promoters, it includes very technical things, including advising or guiding the community on things such as good nutrition, maternal and postnatal care, including advice on breastfeeding, immunization, child health care, and family planning. Now, when you go to the qualifications under clause 9, that all you're required to know or to have to become a community health promoter is, number one, be a citizen of Kenya. Number two, be above the age of 18 and of sound mind. Number three, you be a responsible and respected member of the community, whatever that means. Number four, understands the role of a community health promoter. Number five, you be a resident of the respective community for a continuous period of not less than 5 years prior to the date of appointment. Be literate and can read and write. These are not even requirements of senators here or members of parliament. Is not disqualified for appointment to office by the above criteria or by any other law. Now, Mr. Speaker, the problem that I have is I would expect somebody who's going to advise people on nutrition, on immunization, on child health care and family planning, to at the very minimum have some basic medical background. At the very minimum, you are a very basic minimum understanding of medical issues. How are you going to advise me on nutrition? You don't know anything about nutrition. All that you do is that you are a resident of the county, Mr. Speaker, that you are of sound mind. What we are saying is the drafters of this bill need to reconsider the fact that the role that the community health promoters are going to play is a critical role. If you put somebody in this position of trust, Mr. Speaker, and then you are telling them, for instance, I have seen there is a provision here that says that they should not prescribe medicine because they are not experts. But you are there advising people on postnatal care and good nutrition, prevention and transmission and management of communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. Under clause 9, I qualify as a community health promoter because I have all those things. But I cannot be advising Dr. Khalwale on family planning, for instance. Mr. Speaker, what do I know about family planning? And this is why I'm saying, at the very minimum, we should look for some basic understanding of the things that they are supposed to be advising members of the community over, so that it also becomes a requirement, Mr. Speaker. Now, let me also address something else. Mr. Speaker, under clause 14, which is at part 4 on management of primary healthcare services, there is established what we call a primary healthcare advisory council. And I wish the chair of health was here, because when we were having a conversation, oh, I can see him. Yes, Senator Mandago, I've seen him. Mr. Speaker, we were having a conversation in Mombasa on the, I think it was a social insurance, yes, bill, the one that is going to come. And one of our concerns that we were raising at that particular moment in time is that if health is truly a devolved function, then you should look at the representation of all these institutions that are going to oversee any of the health functions and see the face of devolution in that representation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have counted out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people that are specifically required to be appointed to that council. 5 of these people can be said to be direct appointees of the national government. And I will demonstrate. The first one is the principal secretary responsible for health, an appointee of the central government. Director General for Health. Then you come to the chairperson of the Council of County Governors. That's the only person from the devolution side. Principal secretary responsible for national treasury. That's an appointee of the national government. The chairperson of the vice chancellor's caucus. I don't even understand why the vice chancellors, first of all, how do they have a caucus? And what do they know about community health promotion? You know, I mean, Mr. Speaker, these are the things that are confusing me. And then the head of primary health care at the national level, who shall be the secretary, and any other person co-opted as a council may determine from time to time. 5 of those people, direct appointees of national government, and this is a devolved function. Senator Mandago, I'm sure you'll bear me witness that indeed we will be doing a great disservice if we allow this bill to pass with the current, provisions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I have one more comment on the bill. Let me just find it. Yes, Mr. Speaker, at the end there, section 22.
What is the point of order, Majority Leader?
Apologies, Senator Sifuna. It's never a good experience when you're interrupted when making contribution, because sometimes it affects the flow of thought. But there's just a concern that I have noted with the senators contributing, that curiously, in almost, and this is across the aisle, when senators are contributing, they don't seem to appreciate that there is already a report of the committee, which has guided the House, and there is something that they are proposing. Perhaps even on this particular clause, the one that Senator Sifuna was just speaking to, there is a proposed amendment by the committee. Wouldn't it benefit the House better in terms of debate if, when members are contributing, they also critique what our colleagues in the committee have said? Because there's a new arrangement that they have proposed. I don't know if that is agreeable, because this appears to be one of the most contentious points that many senators are pointing out to. Yet, on the report that the committee tabled, they have made a provision for that amendment with a proposal. Wouldn't it have been better if we hear if members agree with that proposal, or they want to make it even better? Just my thoughts, Mr. Speaker, and once again, apologies, Sifuna.
Very well. Now, honorable senators, beyond the bill that is before you, a report was tabled from the relevant standing committee of the Senate yesterday. And therefore, as you debate, the 2 documents that maybe we should make reference to: the bill as is, and the report that has gone ahead to propose certain amendments. You may agree with the report and maybe propose further amendment if indeed you feel that maybe the committee did not look into the areas that your concerns are driven to. So kindly make reference to those 2 documents it will enrich your contribution. Senator Sifuna, proceed.
I don't refuse the advice you've given, but I do recall very well, Mr. Speaker, that in previous debates, we have been encouraged to debate the bill as is, and when the amendments have been brought, then you discuss the amendments. This has happened in the past, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
I remember
Senator
very
Sifuna,
vividly.
if you proceed
Number
that way,
two,
it's
Mr.
your
Speaker,
party law.
let me
Your
utilize
party
my
law.
time. Let me
Senator
utilize my time.
Murango and Senator Mandago, kindly give the senator silence as he makes his contribution. Proceed, Senator Sifuna, please. It's a choice. You can proceed to contribute solely based on the bill that you have.
Mr. Speaker, I also have a very bad experience with waiting for reports and amendments. And this is something that I have said on this floor, that we had been assured at some point that, yes, don't worry about how the thing looks like, there are amendments coming, only for those amendments to be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. So I have a bad experience, and you will forgive me for being a bit skeptical, that I will deal with the problem that I am seeing in front of me now. If those amendments come, I will also have views on those amendments, Mr. Speaker. So allow me to conclude by addressing Section 22, the proposed Section 22, which sets out offenses and penalties. You can see there, Mr. Speaker, that one of the things that can land a community health promoter in hot soup is conducting deliveries for pregnant women, for instance. Number two, if you disclose a client's health information to an unauthorized person. Now, maybe Senator Khalwale can help me. There is something that ties you to confidentiality. It is not a law. I think it is an oath that you take. Even for me as a lawyer, I took an oath before the Chief Justice of the Republic then, in 2008, to make sure that I understand the responsibility for confidentiality when I'm dealing with my client's issues. The Hippocratic oath that doctors take is the same. Now, if you just tell these people not to disclose, and you know, the good thing is that in this house, all of us are politicians who have used members of the CHVs for political ends to some good success. That's why many of us are here. Mr. Speaker, there needs to be a requirement that these people will be subjected to some level of oathing, maybe the same one that doctors take. Not just a flagging off ceremony I saw at Uhuru Park. Then you tell somebody not to disclose information, especially in this day and age, Mr. Speaker, and seeing that these people are going to be in people's houses. And
your time is up. You were interrupted, yes, but we paused during those interruptions. Now, Senator Kisang, your name had disappeared, though you're next, so I will allow you to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I arise to support this bill. This bill, actually, Speaker, is going to help a lot, especially in terms of prevention of diseases, because most of the diseases that our people suffer are basically lifestyle diseases. And if we have primary health promoters in our villages, these are the people who will go around, help, take pressures, temperature, and even check blood sugar for people. Then it means if anything is detected early, Honorable Speaker, we will reduce the number of people who are going to go to the hospitals to be treated. So as they say, prevention is better than cure, Honorable Speaker. This law is timely, and it is important that we pass it as Senate. I know it will find its way also to National Assembly, so that as soon as maybe October, November, Honorable Speaker, the health promoters start working, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, currently we have CHVs on the ground who are working. They have worked for a long time. These are people who get maybe just small stipend by the governors or nothing at all, Honorable Speaker. These are the same people that we are proposing that it is important that we have a transitional clause to ensure the community health volunteers are taken, are given priority when the health promoters are going to be employed, Honorable Speaker. They get employed by the county governments, and then basically they earn because they have worked for long without being paid. Honorable Speaker, I know colleagues have said we need to employ health promoters who have some basic knowledge in health or medical knowledge, Honorable Speaker. But the CHVs have worked for long without any going for training, but they just get trained by the nearest health center or dispensary. But in this bill, Honorable Speaker, we have community health officer who is a trained medical officer who is going to assist to ensure the health promoters are trained, Honorable Speaker, so that they can pass the knowledge to the communities, to the households they are going to take care of, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue here on data protection. If you check, Honorable Speaker, there is a law that we passed in 2019. 2019, the Data Protection Act, and clause 10 of the bill, section 3, a community health promoter shall, in conduct of the functions specified under subsection 1 and 2, Honorable Speaker, be ethical, inform the household of the use of the information shall be put, ensure confidentiality, ensure accuracy of the information. Honorable Speaker, this is the place maybe we need to ensure that the health promoters and also community health officers are registered as data processors or data controllers so that, they are subjected to a law instead of taking an oath. People take an oath and they don't even respect the oath. But it is important that they are registered as data processors and data controllers so that when they have information of any patient or any person, they don't divulge information, Honorable Speaker. That is very important, Honorable Speaker, that one is taken care of as we register them as data controllers. Honorable Speaker, this particular supervisor, the person in charge of this particular community health promoters is an health worker who works for the county government. This is the same person who is going to do training, ensure the health promoters are trained, they go for regular training, Honorable Speaker, and they disseminate the knowledge properly. Check, Honorable Speaker, if you check on clause 16 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, we have several committees. We have the advisory committee at the national level, we have one at the county level, we have one also at the county and sub-county. Honorable Speaker, there's a lot of bottlenecks that we are putting in. Maybe what we need to do is, instead of having one in every sub-county, we just have one at the county level, and then the sub-counties send a representative from the sub-county to the county. Otherwise, it will be plotted, we'll have a lot of issues. And in the morning, a colleague said that we need a representation from faith-based hospitals or private hospitals. They also need a representative at the county committees, Honorable Speaker, because they'll bring in some private sector knowledge to this particular committee, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I didn't want to say much. Mine was just to register that the bill is good, but what we need is, as I had said it yesterday, if there are issues, if clause 14 is an issue and 13, basically clause 13, we can remodel it so that, they take care of the policy. But clause 14, basically, we drop it, we kill it, we delete, because the national government doesn't have any business in terms of this particular community health protection, Honorable Speaker. So we just drop that one. 13, we make it, they just have like a policy function, but not targeting the global funds as Senator Kalwale said in the morning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the bill.
Senator Oburu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a bill which is concerning the lives of our people, and it is therefore very important because it concerns the health of people. And Mr. Speaker, I must say from the onset that health is the most abused in terms of devolution. Mr. Speaker, it is in health that a lot of funds which need to be going to the counties, because health is a devolved function, are held at the national level, and it has been talked about over and over and over again. But Mr. Speaker, we all know that power is sweet and power goes with resources. When you control resources, you control power. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it has been the people at the top have been trying to introduce whatever means is available to retain power, to retain funds at that level. Mr. Speaker, when I see anything small in a bill like this, which is still giving the national government, the Ministry of Health, authority to appoint some advisory committees, Mr. Speaker, it is one of the other ways of continuing to withhold funds at the national level in a devolved function. Mr. Speaker, therefore, this advisory council or whatever there at the top should go, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether it was recommended by the committee that it should go, but Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should be restricted by what the committee said. I think we should also speak our minds, because those amendments will come in the committee stage, and when they come, Mr. Speaker, there is no time to talk about them. When they come, you just either agree or disagree with them. But here we have an opportunity to express our feelings, Mr. Speaker, because we have to debate and interrogate all the aspects of this bill properly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of primary health care is the most important aspect of health, because it is the aspect which gives opportunity to prevent. Prevention is better than cure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also quite harmed or hurt when you criminalize deliveries at the primary level. Mr. Speaker, even if we like it, I mean, whether we like it or not, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that a lot of our women still deliver at home. And they deliver at home, and there are traditional birth attendants, those who are very experienced, more experienced than those trained nurses at the hospitals. They know how to deliver the women at that level. And what they need is to be trained further so that they can do it hygienically, so that they can have some basic equipment to help people to deliver at that level. Because not everybody is going to have an opportunity to come to deliver at the hospital, Mr. Speaker. So this is a reality which is there, and I think criminalizing it, I've seen that it is being criminalized, but maybe in other societies they are so advanced that they have so many of those birthplaces where women go. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the traditional birth attendants are there, and maybe they will be phased out gradually, but they should not be phased out by law immediately, because, Mr. Speaker, then you are making that very important activity to go underground. So people will still be delivering, but fearing that if they are noticed, they will be charged or will be taken to court for violation, and therefore it becomes more dangerous when people do it underground than doing it openly the way they do now. Mr. Speaker, this aspect, which is called the community health promoters, is promoting what has been there called the community health workers. These community health workers were created by the Bamako Protocol, which gave a certain cadre at the grassroots level opportunity to be trained to handle non-prescriptive drugs, those drugs which are not necessarily prescribed, like Panadol and other things which are painkillers, basically, but helping people before they are taken to the nearest primary health care facilities like dispensaries. And they were given kits, and they were supposed to be selling those kits and then have a revolving fund to be buying the medicine from the government facilities, that like the central supplies organization. You call it what? Whatever, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these people have been suffering because what they get as a margin from the sale of those drugs is so little that it cannot sustain them. Mr. Speaker, they have been doing a great job because these are people who live with the people in the communities. They have access to every household and they know them in details, Mr. Speaker. And there has been an appetite to have that kind of cadre also used for political reasons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so when we see that now the name changed to community health promoters, and of course not being trained properly the way this bill is, then, Mr. Speaker, there's suspicion that this type of cadre might be created for something else other than the health work which they are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, we should have an appetite to help our people at that primary level and not create that cadre for any other purpose other than to help the people. And therefore, if we create that cadre, we must train them. They must be given basic training so that they have some knowledge, so that they can advise on issues of primary health care, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to speak more than that, but the articles which are offending have been exhausted and repeated by people here. That is Article 13 and 14, which are taking back the functions which should be devolved and retaining them at the national level, and we are not going to support that. If it has been recommended by the committee, Mr. Speaker, well and good, I will support that recommendation. But if they have not, then we are going to bring the amendments, because personally I had not seen those amendments by the committee. But if they have not brought them, we are going to bring those amendments. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go beyond that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mjadala wa afya kwenda mashinani. Mashinani ni kutoka kwa tajiri mpaka kwa ule mwananchi hasura kabisa. Imekuja wakati mzuri, tunajua serikali ya Kenya Kwanza inasema mwananchi wa kule mashinani afanywe kazi ile inafaa. Na pia imekuja wakati mzuri, seneti ya wakati huu inajua ni nyumba ile iko juu ya kuangalia maslahi ya county na pia kwa mwananchi wa chini. Yangu matatizo kidogo ni kuwa huyu mfanyikazi anashukuriwa ni mtu wa pale chini kabisa. Lakini kwa mimi si mfanyikazi wa pale chini kabisa, kwa sababu najua yeye atakuwa naungana na wale watu ambaye ni wagonjwa, wengine wako na pesa ya kwenda kwa mahospitali, wengine ni watu ambaye wanjiwezi, atakuwa na shida nyingi sana. Na mpaka kuwe na mpango ambaye huyo mtu atakuwa anafanya kazi namna gani. Hata atakuwa anaitwa usiku, masaa yote, watu akiwa pale kwa vijiji, kila mtu atakuwa anaona kama ni daktari. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema anafaa kuwa na elimu ya kutosha, anafaa kuwa na pikipiki, anafaa kuwa na pesa kidogo ya kusaidia hata kukomboa gari, hata ya kupeleka mgonjwa katika hospitali kuu. Kwa sababu vijijini kuna shinda ya pesa, kuna shinda ya chakula. Huyo mfanyikazi anafaa pia aelemishwe mambo ambaye ni ya kilimo kilimo bora, ndio aweze kuambia wale watu, ukikula chakula hii utagonjeka, ukikula chakula hii pia utakuwa na mambo ya mafikira mazuri na unaweza hata kupona. Kwa hivyo ni mambo mimi naunga mkono, lakini inafaa ishukuriwe na njia ambaye sio vile tunaishukua katika wakati huu tuko hapa kwa hii county, inafaa iangaliwe vizuri kabisa. Pia nataka niseme yeye pia akiwa kule mashinani, madaktari wale wako county, wale wako hospitali ya location, watakuwa akimshukua ni kama mtu ana kazi, na yeye atakuwa na kazi kubwa mpaka kuangaliwe. Akipata mgonjwa atapigia nani ndio hiyo mgonjwa aweze kuhudumiwa haraka uwezekanavyo. Kwa hivyo ni mtu ambaye tunamshukua, si mtu wa maana, lakini nataka nimwambie huyo ni wa maana kuliko ambaye ako pale juu, kwa sababu itakuwa hata watu wengi watasema kwa kijiji yetu tuko na daktari, hatuna pesa ya kwenda hospitali na hatuendi kule county. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono, lakini mpaka mambo yote yaangaliwe. Na pia nikimalizia, itasaidia county zile kama Turkana, kama Embu, county zile nyingi ambacho asina mambo ya kilimo bora, hawana mambo mingi, itakuwa inasaidia. Sio county ya Embu peke yake, sio county ya Nairobi. Nairobi inaweza kuwa haina shida, lakini county ya 47 hakuna county haina shida, kwa sababu hata Nairobi kule kwa Sirab kuna shida. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme hii ni kitu inafaa ishukuriwe na njia ile inafaa. Asante Bwana Speaker, naunga mkono, lakini iangaliwe. Asante. Embu County imenena.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I begin my presentation, I would like to remind ourselves that health, it was a choice of the people of Kenya that health be devolved. And the people of Kenya also, the Senate is a creation of the people of Kenya, that the Senate would be able to protect the interest of the same people. Honorable Speaker, I remember just a few weeks ago at the devolution conference, the head of state was very clear about unbundling of all functions of county governments. And I thought, as a House, we would be more interested in following up these functions to be unbundled so that we get devolution of services fully to our counties. And Honorable Speaker, with the unbundling of functions, it meant funds would also follow those functions. Honorable Speaker, in our budgets year in and out, we continually see a lot of money still being held in health at the national level. It was the spirit of Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, that in devolving health, Kenyans had the aspiration that health facilities, however low as they are, would be able to attract the most skilled doctors in the Republic. It was not in the spirit of devolution that we would still be keeping the highest skilled doctors in some offices in Afya House, in Nairobi, doing administrative duties rather than giving Kenyans the services that they require. But Honorable Speaker, we can only, the counties can only attract these skilled doctors if they are able to pay them. And that is why we are saying functions need to be unbundled and funds need to follow those functions. And Honorable Speaker, it is also worth noticing that it is because of the retention of these funds at the national level that we continue to attract skilled doctors doing some works at Afya House instead of offering services to our people. So we have the best doctors in Nairobi because there's some money they can run at Afya House. There's the best doctors in Nairobi because there's Aga Khan, there's Nairobi Hospital, there are hospitals all over that they offer services. And so it was Wanjiku's wish that the doctors would go down, offer these sacrifice services, And so with the good pay, we would be able to offer them those big hospitals would emerge in all those counties. Honorable Speaker, as we struggle with having community health promoters of the counties, I wish each senator here, elected or nominated, would visit their health centers, their dispensary, and see the kind of skills that are filled up in those health centers to serve our people. A number of counties continue to employ non-health professionals and fill the hospitals at the expense of the skilled professionals that our people are looking at. You'll be surprised that in a health center, you'll get 50 clerks posted to a health center who have no work to do, and yet the health centers have no nurses, have no clinical officers, and no doctors. And to me, that is what should interest this Senate, so that our people are able to be served. Honorable Speaker, as I talk about this bill, it is my prayer that constitutionally, the national government should remain with the issue of standards and policy setting so that the counties are able to offer services. I therefore support this bill, but it is my prayer that we're going to have the necessary amendments that we are proposing. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Article 22, you'll see a community health promoter, what a community health promoter shall not do. And Honorable Speaker, it says, conduct any procedure that is beyond their training. And if you are talking about personnel that are trained, what is this training that this article is referring to again? Honorable Speaker, you go to B, it says, a community health promoter shall not administer to a person medication that is not authorized by clinical standards and guidelines. Honorable Speaker, which other medication are they authorized to give? So, Honorable Speaker, I remember just a few weeks ago, the President also at Uhuru Park and spelled out the health practitioners, the community health promoters would be paid, I think, some 5,000. But Honorable Speaker, it is worth noticing that Nairobi were already paying the community health workers 7,500. So I find this very inconsistent, and I find this, and all the counties are also paying them. My proposal is that what these community health promoters would be paid would be uniform, because their services are also uniform across the counties. Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill, my prayers is that as a Senate, we intensely follow up on the unbundling of functions in health, and we follow up that funds follow the functions once they are unbundled. And Honorable Speaker, we must also ensure as a Senate that health facilities, be they dispensaries, be they health centers, be they referral hospitals, must have the adequate skilled labor that we require, and that the counties are not only filling up the health centers with drivers that have no even cars to drive, clerks that have no offices to sit, and when you go to the health centers, you see a number of people, and you see work is going on, but the professionals that are required in those health centers are not there. And to me, Honorable Speaker, that should concern the Senate more than creating a replica of services that are already there. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika, na simama kuunga mkono mswada huu wa huduma ya msingi ya afya. Bwana Spika, kuanzia mwanzo nataka niseme ya kwamba nimesikiza wenzangu na vile kile kinachojitokeza Bwana Spika ni kusema ya kwamba sisi tayari katika mazungumzo yetu yote Bwana Spika tumeathiriwa na ukoloni mambo leo. Bwana Spika, nimesikia ukisemekana kama mtu haelewi Kiingereza Bwana Spika, hawezi akawa mhudumu wa afya wa nyanjani Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nimemsikiza Dr. Uburu na Dr. Uburu amesema vizuri sana Bwana Spika. Kuna wale wakunga Bwana Spika, wale wakunga ambao wamebobea katika ile kazi na wanaifahamu Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ikumbukwe vizuri watu wengi wanatoka katika nchi yetu ya Kenya Bwana Spika, wanaenda katika nchi ya Japan na Uchina Bwana Spika, ilhali mahali ambapo tumekwenda wale wanaotutibu hawaelewi Kiingereza Bwana Spika. Ikiwa Kiingereza ndicho kitakafanya mtu akutibu Bwana Spika, naona kuna mukshi Bwana Spika. Wewe mwenyewe nakumbuka tukiwa katika Seneti Nairobi, ulisema ya kwamba hata mavazi mengine ambayo tunavaa Bwana Spika ni ukoloni mambo leo. Bwana Spika, hakuna tofauti ya mimi nikiwa nimevaa suti nikiongea leo na vile nilivyovaa leo Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nikiangalia sana ni ya kwamba hawa wauguzi ambao tunaita wauguzi wa nyanjani Bwana Spika wamekuwa akisaidia sana. Hata mahakama zetu Bwana Spika wameenda na wakasema ya kwamba kesi nyingi ziondolewe katika mahakama zetu, zipelekwe kwa wazee waweze kuzisuluhisha Bwana Spika. Wale wazee hawapaswi kuwa wanajua sheria, ile sheria wanapaswa kufahamu ni lipi nzuri na ni lipi mbaya Bwana Spika. Nakumbuka Bwana Spika, wengi kama vile Dr. Uburu alivyosema, ukitembea sehemu nyingi unapata wale wakunga wanazalisha bila kuongea Kiingereza Bwana Spika, kwa sababu kuzalisha ama kujua ni chakula kipi kizuri hauhitaji kuwa unajua Kiingereza Bwana Spika. Lakini kile ambacho ningependa kusema Bwana Spika ni ya kwamba hawa wauguzi wa nyanjani Bwana Spika wamekuwa akitusaidia. Nimesikia Senator wa Nairobi akisema ya kwamba walitumika na wanasiasa na wakaweza kusaidia wanasiasa kuingia, na ilhali wanakejeriwa na kudhihakiwa Bwana Spika. Na ni vizuri tuseme ya kwamba Bwana Spika, nakubaliana na mswada huu. Pengine mahali kuna mukshi kidogo ni kifungu nambari 14 ambako unasemekana ya kwamba nguvu nyingi zinaenda katika serikali kuu. Vile ambavyo marekebisho yale mimi napendekeza Bwana Spika ni tuongeze wawakilishi katika gatuzi zetu. Bwana Spika, iko watu wananikanganya kidogo hapa, maseneta walioketi karibu na mimi.
Just concentrate and conclude,
please. No, Mr. Speaker,
may the senator be heard inside.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nasema ya kwamba kifungu ambacho kina shida na marekebisho yale mimi ningependa kupendekeza ni ya kwamba kifungu namba 14 ambako wanasema ya kwamba wengi wametaja ya kwamba nguvu nyingi zinapelekwa katika serikali kuu. Mimi ningesema ya kwamba tuongeze wakilishi wa gatuzi zetu, kwa sababu ndiyo ya kwamba afya tayari imeletwa katika gatuzi zetu. Kwa hivyo tuongeze wakilishi, lakini kisa na maana ya kuwa na hili baraza la ushauri Bwana Spika, sababu yake mimi nilikisia ni ya kwamba ndio kuwe na usawa wa afya. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu ndio kuwe na usawa wa afya katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, ndio siende ukapata Laikipia mambo ni tofauti na Lamu mambo tofauti na Kwale Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hili jopo sioni ubaya yake, kwa sababu nimesikiza mwenzangu akisema tuliondoe moja kwa moja, lakini Bwana Spika mimi napendekeza tuongeze wakilishi wa kaunti zetu, kwa sababu tayari mambo ya afya imepelekwa katika gatuzi zetu Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika vile Bwana Spika ndio ukitembea katika nchi ya Cuba Bwana Spika, utaona ya kwamba hawa wauguzi wa nyanjani ndio wamebombea katika kazi yao Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ndio watu wa kwanza wanajua shida ya mwananchi ambayo wako na yeye. Kutoka pale wanaweza kuambia kwamba ndio wewe kwa sababu ugonjwa huu wako unaweza ukaenda zahanati ama hospitali ya rufaa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo huu mswada utasaidia sana Bwana Spika, na ningependa kuomba wenzangu tuunge mkono Bwana Spika, lakini kwa marekebisho. Bwana Spika, nikimaliza ni kusema ya kwamba hata wimbo mzuri Bwana Spika unapaswa kuwa na gita, kayamba na ngoma Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hata ndio tuwe na afya bora Bwana Spika, tunapaswa kuwa na hawa madaktari wa nyanjani, madaktari wale ambao wako katika hospitali zetu, kwa sababu Bwana Spika umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. Lakini Bwana Spika, jambo lingine ambalo ninapaswa kusema Bwana Spika nisije nikapotea ni ya kwamba kuna ule msisimuko. Nimemsikiza daktari Boni Halwale akisema ya kwamba hawa wauguzi wa nyanjani, Bwana Spika, ni watu ambao pengine wanaweza kuwa haelewi vizuri, lakini nimkumbushe Boni Halwale, hawa wakunga ambao wako katika nyanjani wanaweza fanya kazi nzuri, pengine hata kuwashinda madaktari kamili. Bwana Spika, ijulikane hata hospitali zenyewe watu wanaenda. Bwana Spika, najua kamati inaongezwa hapa, kamati inaongozwa na Mandago, wamekuwa tayari wakisema hata ukipeleka hospitalini pengine unapata hata madaktari wenyewe, Bwana Spika, wanakosea. Badala ya kutibu ugonjwa ambao mtu amekuja nao, wanapata magonjwa ambayo pengine wanakupatia dawa ambazo hazifai. Mtu akifanya upasuaji, Bwana Spika, unapata hata waliwacha makazi katika tumbo ya mtu. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, hakuna mtu aweze akafanya kosa. Mtu ambaye hawezi fanya kosa ni Mungu peke yake. Asanti na nashukuru.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia huu mswada wa sheria ya nyanjani. Ni masikitiko kwamba Seneta Kinywa ameweza kusema kuwa wakunga wanafanya kazi nzuri kuliko madaktari kama Dr. Khalwale. Lakini hiyo amesema.
Senator Faki.
Yes.
Just stick to your contributions.
Yes.
I'm very alert here and I didn't hear Honorable Kinywa mention Dr. Khalwale. So kindly just stick to your contributions.
Mheshimiwa Spika akisema madaktari ni kwamba yaeleweka. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, nimefurahi kupata fursa hii kuchangia mswada huu wa kitangulizi. Ni kwamba mswada wenyewe unaonekana vizuri sana, unaonekana mzuri sana, lakini ukizamia ndani kuangalia kwa undani zaidi, unapata kwamba unaregesha nyuma kazi ambayo inafanywa na kaunti zetu katika afya ya nyanjani. Kwanza kabisa ni ufisadi gani ambayo sheria hii inajaribu kutatua. Kwa Kiingereza wale wajua ufisadi ni mischief. Ni kwamba kwa muda mrefu tumekuwa na wanafanya kazi kubwa sana, na hawa walianza kutoka tulipopata janga la ukimwi. Wakati hawa ndio walikuwa wanakwenda majumbani mwa watu ambao wana ugonjwa ule, wakiwasaidia na wakiwaomba kuwapa madawa. Wagonjwa katika nchi yetu. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, wafanyaji kazi hawa wa afya ya nyanjani kwa muda mrefu walikuwa hawalipwi, hawakulipwa na serikali kuu na hawajalipwa na serikali za kaunti miaka 10 ya ugatuzi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni wakati mwafaka kwamba kuwe na njia ya kuwaruzuku wafanyaji kazi hawa wa nyanjani. Miaka 2 iliyopita ilipokuwa na janga la corona, Mheshimiwa Spika, wafanyaji kazi hawa ndio walitoka wakafanya kazi kubwa ya kuweza kuhamasisha watu juu ya ugonjwa wa corona na mambo mengine ambayo walikuwa wakifanya kama kawaida yao. Lakini vile vile pia hawakuweza kulipwa. Hata wale wahudumu wa afya wenyewe pia hawakuweza kulipwa. Tulipiga kelele kama bunge la Senate, lakini hakuna malipo ambayo yamelipwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, lengo ilikuwa ni kutafuta njia mwafaka ya kuweza kuwalipa hawa na kuendeleza afya ya nyanjani bila ya kuwa na matatizo. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia mswada huu imezungumziwa hapa kifungu cha 13, mapendekezo ambayo yameletwa na kamati ni tuondoe minister, tulete cabinet secretary. Ukiangalia ile pendekezo ambalo limeletwa mswada wa kubadilisha ni tuondoe neno minister, ministry, tuweke neno cabinet secretary responsible for health. Hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hayo sio maelezo ambao waheshimiwa wengi wamechangia hapa. Ni kwamba kifungu hichi kinaingilia jukumu la serikali za kaunti katika huduma ya afya moja kwa moja. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kifungu cha 14 ambacho pia kimezungumziwa, mswada marekebisho ambayo yanapendekezwa ni kupunguza tu, kuongezea tu director ama mkurugenzi wa zile zinaitwa medical colleges zile zinazofundisha manasi na wengineo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hayaingilii yale mambo ya kimsingi ambayo yamezungumziwa katika mapendekezo ambao waheshimiwa wametoa katika bunge hili kuhusiana na mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hivyo tunasema kwamba mswada huu japokuwa ni mzuri, lakini unahitajia marekebisho mengi sana. Yale mapendekezo ambayo yamezungumzwa hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, yanafanya kwamba mswada huu lazima tukae chini uangaliwe kwa undani zaidi kuliko vile ambavyo imependekezwa hapa na yule ambaye ameleta mswada huu, ili tuweze kupata mwafaka, kwa sababu tunakubali kwamba ipo haja ya kuwa na sheria ya afya ya msingi, lakini sheria ambayo imeletwa hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, haitaweza kutatua yale matatizo ambayo yako. Tumeona kwamba kwa kuwa sasa tutakuwa tuwalipa mishahara wale, hata yale kanuni ambazo tunataka kwa mtu yule ambaye atafanya kazi hii pia zimeweza kubadilishwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema kwamba mimi napinga mswada huu na yale marekebisho ambayo yamependekezwa na kamati ya afya pia hayangeweza kutosheleza yale mahitaji ambayo tunataka kwa mswada huu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Kenyo, you're late, I'm afraid. Senator Joyce Korir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to also speak on this bill. And first, let me thank the Committee on Health for coming up with this bill, and to also thank them for the report that I know they have come up with. It's only that some of us are not privy to it. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, going by the sentiments of a number of colleagues, there are a number of issues that they have raised that I think we also have to look at it as a Senate, because I believe this is a house that is in between the national government and the county governments, and they are in all means they are supposed to protect the county governments. And I want to believe, Honorable Speaker, that they are not going to infringe the rights of the county governments in terms of formulation of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say much, but just to say that, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill, but in totality, Honorable Speaker, I would want to believe that there are a number of changes that has to be done so that at least this bill can be acceptable and workable even within the county governments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Newt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you have accorded me to also make my contribution to this bill, and I want to say that I support. Mr. Speaker, at independence, the government then identified 3 enemies that it wanted to fight, namely poverty, disease, and ignorance, Mr. Speaker. For me, I believe that you can live with ignorance. You can live with poverty, because if you went to somebody's house and you needed a meal, they could still share a meal with you, Mr. Speaker. But health is a very important aspect of human life, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I support this bill, especially when I look at clause 6, number 2, where we have a recommendation through this bill to have a very comprehensive health care to our people and our households, Mr. Speaker. That we will, if we adopt this bill, we will take health comprehensively. That we will promote it, prevent what needs to be prevented, cure what needs to be cured, rehabilitate, and, Mr. Speaker, also offer palliative care. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a bill that needs support from all of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our villages, where most of us grew up, people do not have information on many aspects, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, until some years back, We also used to have agricultural extension officers so that the information that is there, professional information, reaches the people at the grassroots, Mr. Speaker. That is why I support these particular recommendations on comprehensive, on community health promoters, Mr. Speaker, commonly known as community health workers, Mr. Speaker. That these are the people that interact with our people on the ground, in the homesteads, all the time, Mr. Speaker. And our people need information that these community health promoters will have as sent by the county government, because health is devolved, that people will know what they need to do in order for them to prevent themselves from the diseases that may affect them, especially because of the environment in which they live, Mr. Speaker. That they will teach our people about hygiene, because the problems that we have with the health in our communities, some of them come from poor hygiene practices, Mr. Speaker. We have problems. Currently, I think the leading killers, I may not be very sure about the data, but it's about lifestyle diseases, Mr. Speaker. Talk of high blood pressure, talk of diabetes. These are diseases that if our people had information on better lifestyles, we would be able to avoid, Mr. Speaker, or to prevent our people from. And because these community health promoters will be equipped with this information, I believe that they are going to educate our people at the grassroots so that they prevent these diseases, Mr. Speaker. The recent pandemic, COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker, taught us about hygiene. In fact, when our people started wearing masks, washing hands, some diseases that have been very common, diarrhea, name them, colds, flus, most of them had disappeared, Mr. Speaker. And so, again, I want to support, because these community health promoters will, again, give this information about hygiene, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going to clause 10 and F, that these community health promoters will provide appropriate health advice to households in a language that the members of the household understand. That not all of us, not all our people, Mr. Speaker, have benefited from or are able to communicate in English, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this will be very important that our people are given health information in a language that they understand. Mr. Speaker, going ahead to clause 10 and 3, that the household will be informed about the use of the information that they have, and that these health promoters will ensure confidentiality, Mr. Speaker. That I do not want somebody to go tell people what ails me. So we need to regulate these health promoters, and this bill, the recommendations here are very good in that, Mr. Speaker. That we are going to have a register of these community health promoters in order for them, for everyone to know who has been given this duty as a health promoter. Mr. Speaker, if you go to funerals, I don't know what happens in your county. If people are making offerings, church offerings, Mr. Speaker, they are all, the ones to collect offerings are always identified. So that some other people may not go and start collecting offerings even when they are not going to take it to the church or to the church leadership. That is why it is important also for community health promoters to be identified so that people know they are dealing with the right people in order for us to avoid and prevent the problems that may come with people who are not registered people that no one knows. So this is something, Mr. Speaker, that makes me support this bill, that they will be now remunerated. And I know I'm basically talking about these community health promoters because they are very important. And Senator Sifuna said that they helped most of the people here in getting elected. And so these are people that need remuneration because they do a very important duty to our people, Mr. Speaker. And in my county, I think Previously, there was no any defined way of remunerating them. So when we look at clause 12 and we see that they'll be trained, that there will be some stipend for them specified, this then becomes a very beautiful recommendation or a very beautiful idea, Mr. Speaker. Going to part 4, clause 13, you know, this liaison between the Ministry of Health and the county government is very important in order for us to enhance coordination and uniformity of, primary health care in our facilities and in our communities, Mr. Speaker. And finally, as I sit down, Mr. Speaker, I am excited by clause 20, where we are told that each community health unit shall have a community health committee which will be comprised of members from all the spheres, and they are listed there, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to read all the spheres of any, all the interest groups in the community, Mr. Speaker, because health must have representation from everyone. Every particular grouping must be represented in matters health, Mr. Speaker, because these are very central thing. And Mr. Speaker, because I can see the yellow sign, clause 22, though there are colleague senators that have identified things that may need to be amended, but F, that community health promoters will not be allowed to solicit financial or other rewards for personal gain. That is very exciting, Mr. Speaker, because this is what the chiefs in our villages have been doing, that you need them to make that signature on your application forms or an ID. A job they are supposed to do, but a job that they use or a privilege that they use in order for them to be able to solicit funds from those seeking their services, Mr. Speaker. And so when we control these community health promoters in this way, then, Mr. Speaker, we will have a good service offered by these people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I support this bill with any reasonable amendment that may be forwarded by members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Senator Chisang, Senator Alan Chisang, go back to the bar and do what is required of you of the standing orders.
Honorable Speaker, I think these are very good bill, but there are a lot of unanswered questions. One, the primary health care is actually totally devolved function. And as a chair of devolution, I'm getting worried now that because my committee was pushing, so many devolved functions that are still with the national government to be unbundled and taken to the counties. That today, primary health issues now will be taken care of in the national government. I know these are donor-driven issues. There are funds there. The bill is so good. I mean, it's very good actually for this country because we need to reach everybody and take care of the health of people. But we have to be very cautious. In the past, we used to have the community health workers. They were donor-driven and given money. They were ill-trained. There was a concern from World Health Organization that were compromising the health of the public. So if today somebody who only has an ID and must be a Kenyan is going to handle this issue, then I think we are doing worse things now. We have so many Kenyans who are trained. We have got so many nurses who are trained. We have the public health officers, technicians who are trained, and they're not employed. So I think we need to look these things instead of just doing it, kind of a mass movement and recruiting these people. We have so many Kenyans who are not employed. There could be maybe around 300, 500 people to be employed. When we have more numbers who have already been trained, the government has spent a lot of resources and a lot of money to train these people, and they're not employed. So I think we need to look at the training issues. Two, Honorable Speaker, One other thing is today we already have the challenges of the devolved functions of like the library. We have devolved the library issues, but the money has not followed. So those people who are working today are not getting any salary; they are just staying there. The governors have refused to pay them anything because they say they don't have money there. We have also the ECDs. We are now compromising the education of our children, the peoples, the young kids. Because we have classrooms, we have no teachers, they are not well paid, there's no who's paying because the money has not been involved. Equal today, if we engage again the health workers, I mean the health cares and the health promoters, I think this thing will just end up the same way it ended up with the universal health also was there. It was been dollar-driven. The health workers and those universal health workers were trained people. Today they are not paid. They are just paid peanuts. The county has refused to take them over. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to relook this issue and come up with an appropriate approach that this is actually going to be an acceptable thing. Equally, one other thing is actually one is that the healthcare is a very good issue. And then, but the problem is we have only one person in the national government. I mean, one person from the county. That will be in the national management team. So I think we need to increase the number of people from the counties who will represent the county interests because that's why we're taking the people and we need to train them. So I think I will support the budget. So I will support the bill with some amendments. If we can at least relook at it, give it time instead of rushing. Then I think we're now rushing. I don't know what's happening because already I was hearing that Safuna is saying that in Nairobi, this same bill, I mean, healthcare issues has been already been launched. And then I think we're also seeing now that we're rushing this business of the healthcare. The bill is now being rushed. So we need to be very cautious. With those few remarks, I beg to support the bill.
Senator Perez.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and whereas I stand to support the bill, Mr. Speaker, because I believe the spirit of the bill is positive and it is welcomed in the devolution of health services. Mr. Speaker, from the word go, I was wondering, and I'm not opposing the bill, but I believe there are quite a number of issues that we need to handle. Mr. Speaker, I have seen in Part 3, Clause 9, where a community health promoter shall be selected by the community through a public participation forum and appointed by the county government. Mr. Speaker, I have trouble with that. I have trouble with that because, Mr. Speaker, this looks like some, and you know, at the community level, small things, small issues will be made to look very big. In such a public forum, it will look like it's an election of some sort. Mr. Speaker, so when we look like we are just going to do an election, you wonder now whether we will be able to achieve the exact purpose of what we wanted with these health promoters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering whether instead of that kind of public participation forum, which looks more like an election of some kind, whether we can propose to adopt the already existing community health volunteers, because they are already there, Mr. Speaker. The CHVs who have been working without a salary, they have been, and they have volunteered because it is in them. Sometimes, you know, you find people who are just ready to help society. And they have been there for long, Mr. Speaker. If the CHVs can be adopted in this case, instead of going into a whole process of a public participation or election, Mr. Speaker, I think we will have rewarded those who have already worked for the community, and we will have picked people who have the heart to serve the community, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is another whole lot of people that I believe can be utilized in this case. There are those people we call village elders, balozis, not the village administrators who the county have, but there are people we call balozis. Mr. Speaker, they are not under any remuneration. They are not under any allowance of some kind, but they have been serving the community, Mr. Speaker. I was wondering whether that lot of people, wazee wa vijiji, can be adopted also for this purpose, Mr. Speaker. Instead of creating another lot, we already have village administrators. Then we have the CHVs. Then we have the wazee wa vijiji who are serving the community, but they are not remunerated, Mr. Speaker. So if this bill was proposing adoption of that group of people, Mr. Speaker, to work for the community because they've already been working, and at least work for the community with some allowance, for me, it will make much sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also have a bit of trouble with the kind of work these people will be doing. The health promoters, the health services and advising the community is okay. But Mr. Speaker, because of security issues, Kenyans have become very sensitive on who visits their homes, what information they'll be picking from them, and what they are going to do with this information. Mr. Speaker, I am certain a lot of people may want to close their doors to these people because not many people will want to be advertised. Their home situation to be advertised out there, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether these people are going to work under some oath of some kind so that they don't divulge information, which also will kind of affect the privacy of families and, and respect. The families and whatever they have and what they don't have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine a health promoter coming to tell people, this is what you should do, this is what you should eat, and then he's told, okay, because we can't afford, give it to us. You're telling us to have proteins? We don't have meat. Maybe you should provide. I think we will also, I don't know whether we will be putting these guys in a very awkward situation because we must also accept that there is poverty and there is dire need in our communities, and we may be putting these people in a precarious situation to chew more than what they can bite, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue also, which I saw, and I do agree with the earlier speakers, Mr. Speaker, was on clause 14, where we have a whole lot of, national officers, the principal secretaries of this department, director general of this department, and all that, a whole lot from the national level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe this should be kept to be, because health is a devolved issue, it should be kept to be a county issue. Maybe only the CECs will be picking, the policy issues and directions from the Ministry of Health in terms of standardizations and all that, and communicate it down instead of a creation of so many committees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one other item that I have that is of concern to me is that, maybe it is high time we create laws that will help, instead of creating so many committees, will help in, creating one committee that will handle a number of devolved issues, Mr. Speaker. Because on the same breath, we may now want to do a bill to have, extension services, agricultural extension services, and then you would want again to create a committee for agricultural advice, to visit homes, to know how they are planting and what season they are planting, and all that, Mr. Speaker. So when if we must create such committees, then let's create a committee that will be able to handle health issues, handle agricultural issues, because when it comes to food security, it's still an issue of health, Mr. Speaker. so that, Mr. Speaker, we stop a creation of so many committees. There are already bursary committees existing. There are already, I don't know, whatever, security, peace committees existing. So we have Nyumba Kumi committees existing. So with all these committees, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether we will not be overloading, people and wananchi with too many committees that they don't even know who to approach for what issue, Mr. Speaker. I wish there was a one-stop shop kind of thing, committee at the village level, that your agricultural issues will be handled, your health advices will be gotten, security situation will be handled. Mr. Speaker, instead of so many committees handling health, handling agriculture, handling peace, handling I don't know what, Mr. Speaker, I wish we can do legislation that adds value, that also, helps wananchi to go to one place and get all the services. Mr. Speaker, I also would imagine that there can be digitization of this information that these health promoters will be collecting, so that from a glance, one can refer to that information and be able to tell the health situation of the citizen of a particular county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Veronica.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate. It is very well stated by honorable senators that health is an important right that requires to be attained by every citizen from every county. Mr. Speaker, this bill to me looks like a game changer. And if we get it right, we will then be dealing with an important right that has now been allowed to be accessed but by all citizens in a structured manner. Mr. Speaker, the legislative step answers to the question of social and economic rights that are spelled out in Article 43 of the Constitution. And when I look at the object of this act, and I specifically look at Section 3A, the purpose of this act is to promote and fulfill the rights of all persons in Kenya towards progressive realization of their right to attain to the highest attainable standard of health care. Mr. Speaker, just looking at that right, it talks about standards, a high standard of health care. So this bill presents an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for setting the standards of that health care that is envisaged by the Primary Health Care Bill 2023. And Mr. Speaker, when I look at the objects that are set there, A to E, and I listen to the concerns raised by many senators here, then I would propose that there is an F that deals with data, that deals with research, because the purpose of setting a foundation for higher standard of attainable health care would mean that we are then able to understand what diseases are ailing which counties, and the only way that can be achieved is by way of collecting data. And like Senator Tobiko has proposed, digitization of this data would really help. But if we have not put that as one of the objects under this bill, then it means that we cannot stem data or research or information from the objects of the bill. So my first proposal on amendment would be to introduce a clause under 3A, under 3, Section 3 or Clause 3, to have an F that then deals with data, research, and information. Because based on that data, Mr. Speaker, then we are able to say we can advance research into certain aspects of health and certain attainment of highest level. Mr. Speaker, when I look at clause number 5, it appears to me like the intention of the drafter of this bill intended to introduce the functions, the services that would be included under the community health care services. And it talks about health education and promotion. My question is, because Right now, we are supposed to be setting the standards of the kind of healthcare that should be given to Kenyan and the education. How then do we standardize so that whatever is taught in Turkana is the same that has been taught to Lamu, is the same that is taught in Meru, is the same that is taught in Narok. I see a provision there that if it is couched and properly amended, then we will be stating that the healthcare and health education and promotion based on the WHO standards or based on the Ministry of Health standards, we must cross-reference the standard so that the material that is being used here in Turkana, because we are dealing with community health promoters who may not have gone through medical training like your ordinary doctor. So that standardization, it runs from county number 1 up to county number 7. So I believe we should set a standard against every clause that is purporting to dispense information or exchange information with wananchi, so that we do not have the community health promoters using material that is not certified to be proper medical information, Mr. Speaker. And then I go to section number 9 of the bill, Mr. Speaker. That section number 9, it speaks into the persons, the qualifications of these community health promoters who shall be selected from the community. These are ordinary wananchi who are connecting to improve the health status of the people living within the community that they are working with. And I look at the qualifications, and it is being a citizen of Kenya above the age of 18. It's a very basic qualification, which is okay. But then now to supplement this basic qualification, there must be a defined training, Mr. Speaker, so that if we have had community health volunteers who have now been dealing with wananchi, maybe without specific training, then at least we can put in basic training for this community health promoter so that we know the quality of the people. You could even say 2 weeks of this kind of training or 3 weeks of this kind of training. So I find as though there is a gap there, that this health promoter should be trained, and then there should be a form of basic certification. So we introduce an amendment there to allow for certification. But knowing who Kenyans are many times, Mr. Speaker, I know there are some who would want to overstretch that responsibility and maybe take advantage and even purport to be doctors. Watajiita madaktari wakienda huko ushago. So, Mr. Speaker, now to curb that, we have sections that have been introduced, like section 10 of this bill. To me, it appears as though, once again, the intention of the drafter of this section is to, is it section number 10? No, it's not section number 10. It's the code of conduct that they should abide by. I had seen that section. And section number 22. When I look at the ramifications of somebody purporting to be a doctor, yet they know they are a community health promoter, then I see as though the bill has shied away from putting actual penal sanctions to stop anybody from attempting to maybe deliver when they know they are not even traditional birth attendants, or trying to treat somebody when they know they're actually not supposed to be administering any kind of treatment. So I think we should introduce more sanctions. And I was looking at section 22 of this bill, Mr. Speaker, and section 22 indicates what you happen to a person who defaults or defies the provisions or the code of conduct that is spelled here. It says, section 22(2), any community health promoter who contravenes the provisions of this section shall be subject to disciplinary action as prescribed by law. You see, from the onset, from the reading of this bill, it means you cannot even tell what would happen to a person who is in breach of this bill or this into law. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe what we could introduce is a sanction that shows if you do this, you will be made to pay a fine of 50,000, or you to treat them when you know you're not a doctor. Because, Mr. Speaker, they'll be dealing with health matters, and health matters are very sensitive, and we know how close a person would come to coming to the end of their life, courtesy of being cheated by another, that they are a doctor, while they very know they are not doctors and they are not supposed to be prescribing. We should, Mr. Speaker, equally outlaw prescriptions from being given by community health volunteers, so that the public knows that they are not allowed to give any prescriptions, they are not allowed to do the role of a doctor, but they can only dispense the information that they have to promote community health. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would support this bill, but would urge that we consider making the several amendments. And I'm also in agreement that we should not devolve powers backwards towards the national government. They should stay with the county and more concentration, because this is a devolved function. The health function is devolved to the counties. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and hope that there will be amendments at an appropriate moment.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, there's an issue that has been raised here by several senators on the issue of public participation. Mr. Speaker, that issue is very important, and we require public participation. It is not an election, Mr. Speaker, but what it is for the people to manage their own affairs. This is to stop governors or anybody who is appointing from appointing their campaigners to be the community health promoters. We are giving the opportunity to the people to say, this is a person we respect in this community. This is a person who respects other people. So we all agree that this would be the best person to take care of them when it comes to health matters, Mr. Speaker. So I see no issue why we are shying away from the public participation. It is not an election. It is just you present yourself in front of people. And if they have faith in you, I mean, why would anybody be worried? Mr. Speaker, some of us are Christians, courtesy of Jehovah's Witnesses. Mr. Speaker, they used to go to every home to preach the gospel. What we are looking for is health witnesses. Somebody to go to every home and find out whoever is in that home, whether they are okay, whether they are taking their medication, whether they are eating well, whether they are waking up, whether they are working, they are walking, and all that, Mr. Speaker. So these people are very important. And just the other day, the president launched the kits that they're going to use. The kits, they have to, take your blood pressure, sugar levels. The senator for Kirinyaga is telling me about fertility, but I'm not talking about that. He's saying that they checked on that. I don't believe they'll be able to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that when they visit these homes, they will be able to take care or report back on the status of our people. Employing 100,000 health promoters, and we have 50 million Kenyans, that means one health promoter will be probably allocated about 500 people. That's a few households, Mr. Speaker. And their work is just to wake up in the morning and walk around and monitor and check the people in their areas, Mr. Speaker. And that way, it will help the counties also to plan better for their health strategic plans of their budgets, because they would know which area has this kind of sickness. Just the other day, the people of Karimeno, where we have Karimeno Dam, they have started complaining of high blood pressure. They started complaining of even heart attacks, Mr. Speaker. But when you do research, it is not the issue of water, Mr. Speaker. It is because the water is eating into their land that has not been compensated by the government. So that means they are worried that their houses will be submerged. So there is panic in that area, Mr. Speaker. So it is not necessarily a disease, but what has been caused by that scenario whereby the water is flooding their farms and houses, and they don't know or they don't have anywhere else to go, Mr. Speaker. So with that kind of reporting, the government will be able to plan very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, somebody went to the hospital with a very severe headache and traveled, took a boda boda, took a matatu, all the way queued in the hospital with a severe headache. But when the doctor just checked at him, he told him, remove your heart. It is very tight. So the problem was actually the heart that they were wearing. Mr. Speaker, if probably they had just seen that health promoter at home, maybe that we could have just saved them from traveling, using a lot of money and all that. So this is really important to have these people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't see anywhere that this bill is taking the roles of the county. Counties have been mentioned several times. All this bill is doing is to come up with a policy or a framework that the counties are supposed to use, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are some places, and especially in Kitui and maybe Makueni, I can be corrected if I'm wrong, that people always talk about snake bites, Mr. Speaker. It is an issue that needs to be addressed. But before somebody, after a snake bite, before they get to the nearest dispensary, maybe it takes long, maybe there's no boda boda, there's no way of getting them there. But if they knew of a health community promoter, maybe they'll be given this anti-venom, Mr. Speaker, so that if something like that happens, they only need to call somebody and they go to the patient. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you know there are no hospitals for cows. Why? Because veterinary visit them where they are. You know, the farmers report to the veterinaries, and veterinaries will always be going to where they are. It is almost the same thing. We want to reduce the traffic to the hospitals, Mr. Speaker, and by so doing, we need to bring about these health community promoters. Mr. Speaker, Kiambu is one of the counties that is known that our young people are suffering from drugs and alcohol addicts, alcohol misuse, Mr. Speaker. With these people, we'll be able to know the data. We'll be able to know what kind of rehabilitation is needed. We would know, or the government would know, where this drug abuse and, of course, alcohol abuse is rampant. We'll be able to know, and then the county will be able to plan very well. Mr. Speaker, one of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, they say that you require a health center in every 5 kilometers. So 5 kilometers this way, there is one. 5 kilometers that way, there is another one, Mr. Speaker. But you see, in our country, which is developing, sometimes we may not be able to have dispensaries all over. And some of the people go to hospitals, as I just stated here, an example of that man who was wearing a hat. They just go to the hospital of something that could have been discussed or could have been advised. So, Mr. Speaker, since we cannot build a dispensary in every 5 kilometers, I think this is the right time to have this mobile I can call them doctors. The reason why we are actually talking about their qualification is because we don't have as many doctors as they're required. But going forward, maybe after a few years, our children, our brothers and sisters, they are at KMTC. Maybe this is the work they are now going to be applying for, so that we can have even somebody who can treat you at home. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are those people who go for what do you call it? When somebody wants to be seen by a nurse every other minute for exercise, therapy. I was looking for that word, Mr. Speaker. We have so many old people who require therapy. but they cannot afford somebody to be traveling from Nairobi or traveling from any other area to come and give them therapy, maybe of their hands because of arthritis, maybe because of their body, because of stroke, Mr. Speaker. But with these people, once they are given the proper training, I mean, we are going to save a lot of people, Mr. Speaker. And by so doing, we are going to prevent the sickness. We prevent morbidity, we prevent disability, and we prevent mortality. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Githuku. Senator Githuku.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa ya kuweza kuchangia mswada ambao ni muhimu sana, ambao unahusiana na masuala ya afya ya jamii yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa niweze kujumuika na wenzangu ambao wameweza kuchangia mswada huu ambao utatuletea wahudumu ambao ni wa kushughulikia jamii zetu katika nyanjani. Mheshimiwa Spika, ninapenda niseme ya kwamba watu hawa ni watu ambao watasaidia sana kuona ya kwamba wameweza kuelimisha wananchi ambao ni wa kule mashinani, vile ambavyo watakuwa wakijilinda wao wenyewe binafsi afya zao. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niweze kusema kwamba kama vile wenzangu wamesema kwamba kuna kiwango fulani cha elimu ambacho kinahitajika katika mambo ya kuchagua hawa wahudumu ambao wanahusika. Na ningependa niseme kwamba mswada bill hii inajumuisha jamhuri nzima ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ikizingatiwa kwamba watu wengine kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za Jamhuri ya Kenya, kuna watu ambao hawakuweza kupata elimu ambayo inaweza kuwekwa kuona kwamba tumeweza kupea mtu ama kusema kwamba mtu yote ambaye atakayehusika katika mambo ya kupeana huduma hii lazima awe na elimu kiwango fulani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mfano nimetoka katika kaunti ambayo ni ya Lamu, kule mwisho wa mashariki mwa mwamba wa pwani. Na ningependa niseme ya kwamba katika sehemu hiyo kuna jamii ambayo ni jamii ndogo sana inaitwa Waboni. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mahali pale unakuta kwamba kuna watu ambao hawakupata elimu, lakini wanaweza wenyewe kuongea lugha ambayo wanaweza kuelezana wao wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka niseme ya kwamba jambo hili tusiliekee kiwango cha elimu ambayo itaweza kuima watu nafasi ama kufungia watu wengine nje ama jamii fulani nje ambayo haikupata fursa ya kupata masomo. Na mimi ningependa niseme ya kwamba kwa sababu tuko na wahuduma wa afya katika kaunti, wale watu watakapochaguliwa, wale wahuduma wa afya katika kaunti mbalimbali waweze kuhusika kupatia wale wahudumu mafunzo ambayo itakuwa ikiwasaidia kuona kwamba wameweza kuhudumia jamii zao, hata kama ni katika lugha ambazo wao wenyewe wametoka lugha zao ambazo wanazielewa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi ningependa kupropose kwamba County Director of Health ama mhudumu wa afya kwenye county awe ni mtu ambaye atakuwa akiweza kukusanisha hao watu ama ni wahuduma, awahukusanyishe, aweze kuwapatia mafunzo ambayo yanastahili kupewa kwa jamii yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa pia niseme jambo lingine kuhusu mambo ya malipo ambayo wale wahuduma wanafaa kupewa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na nikisema malipo nataka niseme ya kwamba tumetoka katika kaunti mbalimbali, kaunti zenye maisha ambayo tunaishi ni mbalimbali. Na kwa hivyo ningependa kupropose kwamba mambo ya malipo iweze kudisaidiwa katika kaunti kulingana na uwezo wa ile kaunti, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa sababu huwezi linganisha watu wa kutoka kaunti kama Nairobi walipo sawasawa na pengine na wale watu ambao wametoka ndani ya nchi kama Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kaunti yangu ya Lamu, kama vile namna hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu pia hali yao ya maisha ni tofauti, mgao wao wa pesa ni tofauti katika
mgao wa pesa za county, Mheshimiwa Spika. Pia niweze kusema kwamba qualification hizo tumesema, pia kuwe na jambo ambalo litaweza kutumika kuona kwamba tumemsimamisha ule mtu iwapo amefanya makosa gani, ndipo anaweza kusimamishwa kutokuhudumu ama kufanya kazi kwa wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, anaweza kuwa pengine katika hali yake ya kupeana huduma, inaweza kuwa ameweza kuingia katika mambo hayastahili, kama vile pengine kuitisha wale wananchi pesa ama mambo mengine kama hayo, misconduct. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa lugha ya Kimombo niseme kwamba atakapopatikana na misconduct tuwe na some mambo ambayo itaweza kumstopisha ama kumsimamisha katika mambo ya kuhudumu, Mheshimiwa Spika. So ningependa niweze kuchangia na niseme ya kwamba ni bili mzuri ambayo itakayosaidia watu wetu watakao kuwa wako nyanjani waweze kusaidika, kwa sababu kama vile waheshimiwa wamesema, kama saa hii tumetoka sehemu za Nairobi, kuna watu wengi sana nimeona wakisumbuka hapa Turkana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni vizuri niweze pia kukueleza, unakuta kwa sababu ya hali ya anga ambayo iko sehemu ya Turkana, unakuta Mheshimiwa Spika, mtu anaanza kuumwa na kichwa tu bila sababu, na ni kwa sababu amezoea ile baridi ya kule Nairobi, hali ya kukaa Nairobi. Akifika tu akiland kutoka kwa ndege, unasikia kwamba amesema kichwa yangu kinauma. Akienda kwa hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama vile Mheshimiwa Kinyo ambaye hajazoea joto sana, daktari anamwambia wewe sio mgonjwa, unastahili kunywa maji mengi ili kichwa yako irudi normal. Na akikunywa maji, Mheshimiwa Spika, unakuta anarudi normal na maisha yake yanaendelea. Kwa hivyo kama angekuwa ni mhudumu yuko pale, angekuwa amemsaidia na haingekuwa haja ya kwenda hospitali, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi na support jambo hili, tuwe na wahuduma hawa ambao watakaosaidia watu wetu kuona kwamba wameweza kusaidia na kuendelea na maisha yao ya kawaida, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hayo ninaunga mkono.
Senator Hezano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill, although I also feel that there should be some amendments, especially on the protection of, on ensuring of confidentiality in access and storage of these medical records. I feel like there is a gap there, and the bill should further state or elaborate what should be done. Mr. Speaker, I also see that I feel like this bill basically ensures that there is real devolution of health, and this is, it seeks to ensure there is the realization of the right to the highest attained standards of health. I know that a lot of people from marginalized communities like where I come from do not even understand what their rights are as far as health is concerned, because a lot of us don't, people back at home have no access to hospitals, and a lot of times we end up using herbs, which have been very effective. But I think we need to move at the same rate with the rest of the world and try and explore what can come about. Mr. Speaker, I also realize that the bill seeks to bring about 11 departments to work together through the formulation or creation of the advisory committee, and in that it will ensure that there is a ripple effect of development across other spectrums like infrastructure, education, environment, and agriculture. Because when you try to devolve these health to the very core of the villages, then you cannot do that without ensuring that we have a proper infrastructure. And that means the roads will be developed, education will be developed, because as much as my colleagues say that a lot of people do not understand this language, but I think they will be forced to understand some things, and that will ensure that there is education within the community. And also in a bid to ensure that we live in healthy and clean environment through having a proper hygiene, that will cause more development in the agricultural and environmental sector, because cleanliness is second to godliness, and as such we must protect the environment that God gave us to ensure that cleanliness begins with our environment. The cleaner our environment is, the healthier we become. And Mr. Speaker, I support the remuneration of the already existing officers as suggested by my colleague and great leader, Senator Tobiko, that the bill can also seek to bring the people who are already working there to be compensated, because in places like some parts of Marsabit towards Nodor and Samburu North towards Southor and Ngiro and Gurnit areas, I have a lot of friends who are volunteering there, working, and nobody is compensating them, besides having ward admins and all of that. I also realized that in clause 15, it says that the bill seeks to facilitate access to information regarding appropriate behavior, including basic information on the prevention, promotion, and treatment of communicable and non-communicable diseases. I feel like this healthy behavior should also try and include the healthy behavior of these medical practitioners or the people who are going to be trained to do this, not just the healthy behavior of the person who is going to be the patient or the one to be treated. With that, I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, kindly proceed to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate colleagues who have taken time to make contributions to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and respond to many of the issues that have been raised by colleague senators. That's what I intend to do, many of which, Mr. Speaker, like I had said, the committee had already addressed themselves to, though some of them perhaps haven't been. I'd first, Mr. Speaker, begin by just responding to a few what I'd refer to as housekeeping and basic issues, which I think as legislators we need to keep on appreciating. Mr. Speaker, I have explained, but I don't mind repeating, that the legislative process is an interesting exercise, which I want to urge colleague senators to take time to read through, appreciate, and understand better. Because there are many things that I have listened to colleagues say, and like I had already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I already covered either by proposed amendments to the report, to the bill, Mr. Speaker, in the report of the committee, but many senators actually made their contribution based on what is the primary provision as stated out in the bill. Nothing wrong with that, Mr. Speaker, save for the fact that how parliamentary business is transacted is such that because we will never have close attention to detail like that of a committee, Mr. Speaker, unless you have very keen interest. Maybe you're the sponsor of a bill or it's something that radically affects your constituents, that you pay close attention and read close word for word sometimes, Mr. Speaker. And many of us get to do that over this bill. So because of that reason, Mr. Speaker, we work through our committees. Committees are the channel through which we run and transact business as a house, Mr. Speaker. And I see, Mr. Speaker, many times members forget the fact that our committees actually have composition of both sides of the house. And when you have a committee that has considered a report, a bill, and returned a verdict, either to reject or to approve, many are the times that we respect that particular position. There have been one or two occasions because of a reason or the other, because we are not bound, in the strict sense of it, to follow and agree with everything that the committee has proposed, but at least they serve as a guiding principle, as a guide to the direction that we want to take on a particular bill. Therefore, on a bill such as this, Mr. Speaker, where the committee has said we approve the passage of this bill with the following recommendations, I feel that many a times, Mr. Speaker, it is important for members to read, take time, and understand what informed the wisdom of the committee. I explained yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps members might be complaining and saying the committee perhaps hasn't guided us sufficiently. But I've told you on authority, because I know this for a fact, that from as early as January of this year, our Committee on Health has engaged with various stakeholders in very different meetings. In fact, I was speaking to members of that committee over lunch, and they were explaining to me, Mr. Speaker, that some of the comments that they are making, actually, even before they were provided for in the bill, during the drafting phase of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, they had raised the same concerns with the ministry and many such people. But for one reason or the other, either they were not carried or some of them have been carried. And for those that were not carried, they have gone further as a committee. Because the beauty of a legislative process is that everybody can speak. The minister can say what they want. The president can say what he wishes. But the eventual power to legislate lies in the hands of the legislature, Mr. Speaker. And that decision is with this House, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I appreciate, and I want to guide colleagues that take time, even on this particular bill, take advantage of the comfort that Turkana has afforded us. I said yesterday, this is an opportunity for us because you are working in an environment of the least distraction that you can ever get. That's why you have the record attendance. You have seen perhaps this is one of the most contributed to bills that this House has processed. Virtually almost everybody has spoken to this bill, Mr. Speaker, because of the atmosphere that has been explained. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments. Just to delve into one or two things that I listened to colleagues raise, and perhaps I want to respond. Of course, I appreciate, and this has been greatly highlighted in the report of the committee on the primary health care bill, Mr. Speaker, on the scope of CHPs, community health promoters, Mr. Speaker. And you see the proposal that has been made handling the issue of nomenclature, the difference of words between and from, so that at no given time do you find these CHPs transforming themselves into the fears that people had. I had people say earlier that, oh, you may find some of them may even try to operate on people and things such as that, Mr. Speaker. That is properly covered in the bill on their scope. And for the fact and the part that was not as clear or as elaborate as should be, I have seen the proposed amendment that the committee has recommended. And if members, and I want to say this so that members can listen clearly, if you feel that the scope hasn't been properly covered, no problem. Let's complete the second reading this afternoon. Begin the process of filing your amendments. And while saying that, Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate our colleagues who took time to file the amendments from yesterday's bill on facilities improvement. I've seen so many amendments from about 8 or 10 colleagues that have filed the amendments, which we shall be considering later on. So I find the issue of scope has been addressed. Of course, this issue of registration of CHPs, and I wish Senator Sifuna was here, and so many others, because I've had them confuse and speak of CHPs as if they are new people that are being hired. There's nobody that is being hired. Already in your county's members, there are people that are called community health volunteers. They are working, they are in existence, they live amongst you. Perhaps maybe you've stayed in Nairobi long enough that you have forgotten that such people exist. Those are the people that we are now anchoring in law, only that we are referring to them with a different name, calling them community health promoters. That's why, and to respond to Senator Sifuna again, the president did the launch that he did. What was being launched were the kits. Remember right now, they move around with absolutely no kit. If they want to check even your temperature, they use the elbow, you know, the traditional way of checking people's temperature. Or if they want to count your heartbeat, sometimes they just use a normal hand and listen. But that tool that was being launched the other day has many of equipments that they needed going about their duties. And that's why those kits were being launched, because these people are already in existence. They live amongst us. There is nothing new that this bill is introducing. We are only anchoring them in statute and in law so that, one, they can even be appreciated and remunerated. We can observe standards. They can be trained. Various counties can maintain their register. And that is why even in this second part of the proposal that is being made, the committee, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with them, have proposed that instead of referring to the owner of the register of the CHPs as just the director for public health in the county, change it to read the office of the director, so that it's not just an individual holding on to it and saying, you know, I'm the one who can either employ you, especially now that we have issues of remuneration. In fact, I hear people, Mr. Speaker, say that this bill closed back on devolution. I know COG, Council of Governors, and you know, between us and them, while we love devolution out of pure natural instinct as a Senate, COG are even more vicious in their love. Of course, the motivation is known why, and the things that they hoggle and fight about with the national government, have actually written an agreement on the remuneration of CHPs on a matching grant between what the county will pay, and I'm not sure, I haven't read the exact details of the agreement, but I think it's 50%, 50%, where the national government pays 50% and the county government pays 50. Elaborate discussions about what they need to do, and therefore this clause is on registration. I hear people speak on the issue of funding, and I want to agree with them. Clause 13F is not as elaborate because it says in collaboration with the National Treasury. This committee is speaking now to the advisory committee, you know, shall resource mobilize, shall do the following. And I think that's where people were a bit jittery and concerned, saying you're still retaining serious resources at the national level. My proposal, which I want to request members that are here that were keen on that particular point, let's make that provision on 13F a little bit more elaborate so that it's agreed that all resources that are raised principally for the purpose of primary health, and I think it was Senator Dr. Boni Alwale who spoke on the interest that public health generates, especially with all these global funds. You are sure that all those funds are directed to the counties the way it should be. With proper wording, 13F should be able to solve that particular problem. And perhaps the people that spoke to this, quite a number that spoke about this, make sure you file your amendment with that regard so that it is elaborate and clear that if GOK, Government of Kenya, the national government, for whatever reason, despite the fact that it is their duty and they're the ones that negotiate and sign on these global collaborations with other counties, that those funds are sent to our counties to the proportion of which is necessary. If it is medicine being sent, let it be agreed. If it is payment of these CHPs, let it be sorted out. The animal in the room, clause 14, and I listened to you, Senator Dr. Oburu, about where you have difficulties on clause 14 because of the composition of the advisory committee. And I agree with you. Many of the times, I have done bills in this house, now as majority leader and even previously, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the people at state law office, and you know, the challenge we have is that even our own staffers here in Parliament, quite a good number of them, especially the senior ones, save for the young ones, are ex-state law office. And the language and the standard of practice in state law office, anytime anybody is being formed, it's like somebody sits in front of a computer and just does a copy-paste. And any law, anybody, any board that is being formed, you'll have permanent secretary or nominee representing National Treasury, representing agriculture. And the same is just being duplicated. And I want to urge our committees, be a bit keen, or keener even when you're considering this. I agree with those that are saying this committee, as presently constituted, is heavily tilted towards national government, such that you don't have the views of county governments carried on board this particular body when it sits. Yet we have given it quite an enormous task of responsibility. I expect colleagues, either you, Senator Eddy, because you spoke at length about this and I appreciate your thoughts about it, to tonight, as we rest before we consider the committee of the whole tomorrow, file an amendment. Let us see how you can rejig this number so that you tilt the committee at least in favor of the counties, or at worst, let them be at par so that you have almost an equal number between representatives of the county government and those of the national government. Because I agree with your concerned members that this committee plays an important role, that you do not need to have all those nominees representing. These are just people who earn allowances, and many of the time, what does a nominee of the Treasury Permanent Secretary have to do with health? Their duty ends at Treasury. Perhaps that fellow will just come to a meeting, demolish the Mandasian tree that is on the table, sign on an allowance sheet, and leave. Yet, if you are to replace it with either caucus members of a nominee for the caucus for CCs for health in the counties, another one. And just think about it. There is a standard that we can set as a house. And in fact, I want to request that let us borrow that practice in all the boards that we pass, because unless we become dedicated on that particular aspect of drafting, state law office will never change. Any bill, any board that is being set up, it is a copy-paste practice. That's all I can conclude in the length of time that I've been here and seen the bills or the clauses that they sent to us. Finally, is on the issue of facilitation, Mr. Speaker. I've had members speak to it. I've seen the proposed amendment. But like I have mentioned, all our counties, 47 of them, I saw COG sign on to an agreement on what will be the remuneration for all these CHPs. Because like I have mentioned to you, the volunteers already exist. Actually, if you check the budget of all your counties, these people are already being remunerated, depending on the agreement that was signed between your county and the national government, to the extent that, and I suspect, I think I am right, that they signed on a 50-50 agreement, if what I read is accurate. That national government, if a CHP is earning, I think, 5,000 or something like that, the county government does 2,500, national government tops up the other 2,500, which, Mr. Speaker, is extremely important, because as it is now, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted those colleagues that had challenges in distinguishing between community health promoters and community health volunteers, to distinguish and understand that while the volunteers are actually volunteers, there's nothing they do. It's just a fellow that you call and say, so-and-so, I feel like I'm unwell, and normally you know these things about medicine. Come and check on me. The difference between that volunteer and now the health promoter, apart from all the other things that we've listed about training and the standards that shall be set in place, is that they'll be facilitated and remunerated after the passage of this bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to urge colleagues that let's complete the work that is before us, do the second reading, move the bill onto the committee of the whole, and like yesterday, there is sufficient time to file your amendments between now and late afternoon. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Office of the Clerk has been very facilitative in this exercise, and I must appreciate them, because up to as late as 1 hour ago, there were people who are still requesting and filing additional amendments on the facilities improvement bill. And of course, you know, it takes a lot of time to consolidate and cluster them as is expected. But because many members spoke on this bill and they had different ideas about how they want to convince us to work on this bill, Mr. Speaker, I think that has been carried, and I appreciate, and we shall be looking at it once we conclude on this exercise. Therefore, with those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply and call on colleagues that we conclude on the exercise of second reading of this bill so that we move it to the next stage. I appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, just approach the chair, please. Now, honorable senators, we are now moving to the division time. I will therefore ask the Sergeant at Arms to ring the division bell for 5 minutes.
Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business of the Senate on this 27th day of September afternoon sitting of the Senate, has directed the sergeant at arms to ring the quorum bell for 5 minutes, and this particular quorum bell is to alert senators who may be outside the chambers. And remember, these particular sittings are being held at the Turkana County Assembly, to make their way into the chamber to allow the commencement of voting of this particular bill, the debate on the primary health care bill, Senate Bills number 44 of the year 2023, has been concluded. And so senators will be taking a vote on this particular bill to vote for it, to give it an okay, or to shoot it down altogether. It is a bill that has received quite a myriad of comments from senators, some in support, with some expressing their reservations in regards to the proposals in the bill. Among the principal objects of this particular bill, the primary health care bill, is to promote as well as fulfill the rights of all persons in Kenya, and this is towards the progressive realization of their right to the highest attainable standards of health. This particular bill also seeks to promote the implementation of the primary health care and clear the relation of roles of all stakeholders. And this is towards the realization of the universal health coverage. Under Section 3, subsection C, the bill seeks to provide for the establishment of primary healthcare networks, community health units, and other stakeholder-centered engagement forums. And these particular forums are for sustainable provision of prime healthcare services. Further, the bill also seeks to provide for the role of multidisciplinary team in the provision of primary healthcare services, as well as provide for the role of community healthcare officers, community health assistants, as well as community health promoters in the provision of community-based primary healthcare services. The quorum bell is currently ringing at the moment as senators get ready to, so to speak, express their vote in regards to their stand on the primary healthcare services bill. The health primary care services shall be accessed at the community level and at a health facility, and this is in accordance with the Act and any other written law. The services referred in this particular bill shall include health promotion, health prevention, curative rehabilitation, as well as palliative services. On your screens is the majority party whip, Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Boni Halwale, who has just stepped out of the chamber to rally members of the Senate to make their way into the chamber. It is around 5 p.m. in the evening, and at this particular time, the temperatures in Turkana are quite high, and so members of the Senate would probably be at the lobby, sort of taking a moment before they come back to the chamber. But as you are witnessing, senators are already, so to speak, obliging to that particular quorum bell and are already making their way into the chamber this afternoon to allow for the commencement of the vote on the primary health care bill. This particular bill will also, if passed, will ensure that there is availability of quality services, accessibility to members of the public across the 47 counties. The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast.
Why are you still pacing up and down? Now, honorable senators, because we will not vote electronically, we are going to vote manually through the roll call, and therefore, at this juncture, we need to nominate the tellers. One for the nays and one for the ayes. Senator Karen Nyamu for the ayes, and for the Senator Hezena for the nays. Senator Karen Nyamu for the ayes, and Senator Hezena for the nays. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to put the question, which is that the primary health care bill, Senate Bills number 44 of 2023, be now read a second time. You will proceed to make your vote when your name is called upon. Senator Methu, when the chair is speaking, you pay attention. We don't want you to spoil your vote. So voting, you will be called through the roll call. Once you're called, once your name is called out, you will proceed to make the vote. Clerk, proceed with the roll call.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County.
Microphone. Honorable Speaker, I vote yes. What's the problem? Yes, what's wrong? What is a lot of formality here. I voted yes. So what?
Senator Aden Dulo Fatuma, Siolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarke Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote yes.
Senator Chesang Alan, Trans Nzoia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Homa Bay votes yes.
Senator Kamau Joseph Giduku, Lamu County.
Lamu County votes yes.
Senator Kaduri Murungi, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Khalwale Boni, Kakamega County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Kipkorir William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Mr. Speaker, Baringo votes yes.
Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Honorable Speaker, Elgeyo Marakwet County votes yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Litumbesi, Samburu County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mandago Jackson Keblagat, Uasin Gishu County.
Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Methu John Muhia.
Honorable
Nyandarua
Speaker, I
County.
vote yes.
Senator Mugeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Embu County, yes. Yes.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Tana River County.
Tana River votes yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mudama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Machakos votes yes with amendments.
Senator Kavindu, you do not qualify your vote. It's either a no or a yes. So proceed to vote.
Mr. Speaker, I said yes, but with the amendments because we discussed. Okay, yes. Where?
Senator Mwaruma Jonas Mwashishe, Taita Taveta County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County.
Tharaka Nithi votes yes.
Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Ngugi Joe Joseph Nyutu, Muranga County.
Mr. Speaker, Muranga votes yes.
Senator Ojienda Odhiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County.
Mr. Speaker, Siaya votes yes.
Senator Okech Eddie Gisheru, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, Migori votes yes.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Onyonka Richard Moima, Kisii County.
Mr. Speaker, Kisii votes yes.
Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Recha Julius Murgo, West Pokot County.
Yes.
Senator Roba Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Mandera County, vote yes.
Senator Seki Lenku Ole Kana, Kajiado County.
Kajiado votes yes.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Dhangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
Aye, Karungo Adhangwa, vote yes.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
Honorable Speaker, because of the temperature and my conscience, I want to say I vote yes.
Senator Wakili Hillary Kiprotich Sigei, Bomet County.
Bomet votes yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Nyeri County votes yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch, Kitui County.
The Speaker, I vote yes.
So do the
Majority Leader, kindly take your seat. Now, honorable senators, the results of the division are as follows. The ayes 36, the nays 0, abstentions 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the delivery of and access to and management of primary health care and for connected purposes.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly proceed to open the doors and withdraw the bar. Next order. Next order. So, honorable senators, for the convenience of the House and pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, I will rearrange the sequence here of today's order paper. We will proceed to the Committee of the Whole, but if you look at the order paper, we are supposed to prosecute order number 9, 10, and 11. However, order 11 is what has just been concluded, and therefore it is not ripe for the Committee of the Whole, as many senators would wish to file the amendments, and we need to give them that time to file the amendments. And therefore, the Committee of the Whole on Order 11 will be done, I believe, tomorrow. We will also suspend prosecution of Order number 9 at the Committee of the Whole, and we will only prosecute Order number 10 as we go to the Committee of the Whole. Kindly stand guided. Clerk.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole, the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023.
Honorable Senators, we are proceeding to the Committee of the Whole on the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill. I will now invite the mover, Senator Majority Leader.
We will do the amendments. They are us.
It's the chair. Okay. Honorable Senators, I'll invite the chairperson on the Standing Committee on Health so that we navigate through the amendments.
No.
We will call out the clauses and we will move one by one.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Chairperson. Amepata. I now invite the chair of Health Committee. Are you ready? To move the amendments.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move amendment on clause 3C, amended as proposed in the order paper, by deleting the word retained appearing immediately after the words and use of, and substituting, therefore, the word budgeted.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Chair?
Clause 4.
Honorable Chair, I propose to move an amendment on clause 4, that clause 4 of the bill be amended by deleting the word up, appearing immediately after the word shall apply to, and substituting, therefore, the words level 1.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Is your point of order, Senator Halwale?
Chair, just on a point of procedure, because we will vote at the end of what we are doing, I would encourage the chair when he proposes an amendment, he speaks to it so that the House can know what they will be voting about. When he just says this to become this, he should speak to it at least 2 lines, 2 statements in the usual manner.
Honorable Chair, Chair of the Health Committee, that's a good proposition. You give the rationale for that amendment so members can understand what you're proposing to amend.
Honorable Chair, the original bill was reading, subject to Section 5, the act shall apply up to level 5 public health facilities. And as a committee, we thought it would be proper for us to define from level 1 to level 5 instead of saying up to level 5. It was not coming out very clearly. And we thought if we put it from level 1 to level 5, those are the facilities that the counties have responsibilities for.
Thank you. That's good, man.
Senator Wambua, you have an amendment to the same clause. I want to give you an opportunity to give your rationale for that amendment.
Madam Chairperson, I had initially proposed an amendment that would amend clause 4 by deleting the words up to level 5, appearing immediately after the words shall apply to, and substituting therefore the word all. But after consultations with the chairman and the leadership, we have agreed that because level 1 to level 5 are the ones that are under the county governments, and that the other levels, which are teaching and referral hospitals, are actually national government functions, we don't need to move that amendment, so I dropped the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chairperson, division at the end. Chairperson held, you can call out.
Clause 5.
It's clause 5. This amendment was to be I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Senator Enoch Kio Wambua, Senator Godfrey Otsotsi, and Senator Edwin Sifuna had propositions. They are given an opportunity to present.
Madam Chairperson, we have also deliberated on that proposed amendment to clause 5 with the leadership and the chairman of the committee, and we have agreed that we delete clause 5 for the simple reason, Madam Speaker, that this is an ordinary legislation. It's a law that is an act of parliament, but by making the provision that this law will be superior to any other law, we'll be elevating this ordinary legislation to the level of the Constitution. It is only the Constitution that is above all other legislations, and so we have agreed that we delete clause 5. That is the proposal, the amendment that we are pushing to delete clause 5.
So the amendment by Senator Godfrey Otsotsi and Senator Edwin Sifuna, if that is the proposition, are dropped. Senator Sifuna, can you confirm that?
Madam Chairperson, that is the position.
I propose the question that clause 5 be deleted. I put the question that clause 5 be deleted. Division at the end. Next one.
Clause 6 and 7.
I propose the question that clause 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. Sorry. Sorry. I propose the question that clause 6 and 7 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 6 and 7 be part of the bill, division at the end. Next.
Clause 8.
Senator Danson Mungatana, I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. This amendment was to be moved by Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 8 of the bill be amended by inserting the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph G, so that we have a new paragraph H saying, amongst the uses of the finances retained by public health facilities, we have H that specifically says fund ambulance services for the transfer of patients from one health facility to another. Honorable members, normally when people go to some of these local hospitals and there are ambulances there, you'd find many times that patients are asked for money, and when they don't have the money, they are denied the service. So if we don't make it very clear, then it will mean that the monies that are being retained within the public utilities may not be used for ambulatory services. So I propose, Madam Speaker, that, Madam Chair, that this amendment be included. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Next.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill, and I invite Senator Madego to move the amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I beg to move an amendment on clause 9. And clause 9 of the bill says the national government, through the ministry responsible for health, shall provide policy and regulatory direction in the administration of the facility improvement financing. Honorable Chair and members, we proposed an amendment that be amended by deleting that section of the clause, the introductory clause, substituting therefore with a new clause that the cabinet secretary responsible for matters relating to health shall provide a policy framework for the administration of facility improvement financing. Honorable members, we thought we have to be definitive and put in the cabinet secretary responsible for health, because if we leave it just open to say national government, then it means any other ministry can interfere with the operation of the finance facility improvement fund bill.
Thank you, Senator. There is also another amendment on the same clause 9 by Senator Enoch Kio-Wambua. You can proceed. And then followed by Senator Edwin Sifuna. There is a third amendment proposal by Senator Eddie Okech. It's being circulated to members just for your information. We will take them in that order.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I had proposed that we amend clause 9 of the bill by deleting the words national government through the ministry responsible for health, appearing immediately after the word the, and substituting therefore the words cabinet secretary responsible for matters related to health in consultation with the Council of County Governors. Madam Speaker, I have since consulted with the chairman of the committee and the leadership, and we have agreed that since the Council of County Governors are not responsible for matters of policy, then we should include them in this, and we have dropped the amendment or part A of the clause. I thank you, Madam.
So the proposal to amend Part A of that clause is dropped. Senator Edwin Sifuna and Senator Eddie Oke.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the proposal we had was to make it clear that under the Constitution, the national government is only responsible for policy. And that is the reasoning behind the amendment to limit the wording to only matters relating, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to health shall provide a policy framework for the administration of facility improvement financing. So my proposed amendment is similar to the one that has been moved by the chair. So I don't know if I drop it after it's passed or I drop it now. Okay, I drop it now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. What's your point of order? Senator Dangwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's just a request because of time. The senators who have dropped their amendments, they shouldn't take a lot of time explaining the dropped amendments. Just say we drop it. Thank
It is
you.
important for record for them to explain why they are dropping the amendment. So I think they are in order. Senator Eddie Okech, your amendment is slightly different. Can you give the rationale?
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of regulation and management, I thought that it would be important that we absolutely separate policy formulation from management of these facilities. So the amendment here is to actually split that clause 9. It forms part 3 of the bill that is purely dealing with policy issues at the national government level. And then you have got clause 10, which is going to be forming part 3B, that then purely allows the management and administration to be purely a county function. So basically separating the two. And in that case, clause 9B, section B, would then delete the word regulatory directions, which appears immediately after the word shall provide policy. So that policy just remains as policy. And then C, you would also be deleting the words coordinating of other relevant entities prescribed and assist, so that there isn't any opportunity for national government to actually perform management functions. So I won't come back, Chair, because I've read it together with the proposal for clause 10 as well.
We are only dealing with clause 9 for now. So I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Chair and Senator Eddie Okech. I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Chair and Senator Eddie Okech and Senator Wambua. Division at the end.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill, and I invite the chair of Committee on Health, Senator Madego, to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, I beg to move an amendment on clause 10. And clause 10, honorable members, that says the respective county government shall, in accordance with health functions set out under 4th schedule of the Constitution and other written law, support the implementation of the facility improvement financing by amend that to clause 10, amended by deleting the words respective county government shall, in accordance with health functions set out under the 4th schedule of the Constitution and any other written law, appearing immediately after the word there. in the introductory clause, substituting therefore the words county executive committee member. Again, honorable members, if we leave it plainly to say county government, then it means everybody in the county government, CC finance, CC water, can interfere with the function. We just wanted to define it the way we have put responsibility on the cabinet secretary for health at the national level. We put responsibility of this implementation to the county executive committee member for health, so that all those things are domiciled within the Department of Health.
I propose the question. Sorry, honorable senators. Senator Eddie Okech also has an amendment on that clause 10. So let's hear the amendments.
Actually, these are two simple ones. Initially, the bill was proposing that we have a repository for financial information systems only at the national level. But I'm proposing here that we need to have that resource center also in each respective counties, because that is where the information is needed to be able to actually be utilized. And then the second issue is the issue that I'm passionate about, which is the national government, because it's holding so much money nationally, must actually be able to provide such resources that are needed to be able to effectively perform the functions under Part 2A, which is the management functions that are not budgeted for in the counties. So it basically allows the national government to be able to bring more resources in terms of additional revenue to the county governments.
I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair, Senator Madego and Senator Eddie Okech. I put the question that, what is your point?
Chair, before you put the question, actually, when you propose the question, it is possible that a member can then say something about the proposed amendment. I wanted to appeal to the Senator of Migori. You have heard the proposed amendment by the chair. It cleans up so that we do not have confusion during voting. One is either rejected or the other one is blah, 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 and then there is bad blood coming in plenary. I wanted to request you, because of the consultations we did, unfortunately in your absence, if you could accept to drop your amendment so that we carry the amendment of the chair alone as the position of the House. Just my appeal.
Senator Ed, you can respond.
I think that it is in order to drop the second part, D. I think that's what Senator Boni is referring to. D, because D is more about mainstreaming resources and having additional resources to the counties. But I think that C can remain because it's more about establishing both the resource centers in both counties and national. So in that case, I drop D, but I think C remains. Is that okay? Okay.
So I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by Senator Eddy and the chair, Senator Madego, subject to the dropping of clause D. I put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by Senator Eddy and Senator Madego, subject to the dropping of section D of that section.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. I invite the chair of the committee, Senator Madego, to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move an amendment on clause Clause 2 by deleting the word all appearing immediately after the words medical superintendents of in paragraph D and substituting therefore the word there. Honorable members, if you read paragraph, if you read D, the medical superintendents of all county hospitals, we are amending that to define that it is the medical superintendent of the county hospital. That was just to make it clearer, because it's a committee of representation, not all facilities in the county. The clause we are amending was suggesting that if we have 100 medical superintendents, then all of them should attend. But we are talking of the county medical superintendent, who is the head of the county.
Thank you, Chair. I want to invite Senator Danson Mungatana. You had a proposal for amendment on clause 11.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move a proposal that clause 11 be amended by, in paragraph A, in subclause 2, by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph D, to say E, one man and one woman representing the local community, and F, one youth representing the local community. And then B, by inserting the following new subclause after subclause 2, the county executive committee member shall ensure that at least one of the persons appointed under subsection 2E and F has knowledge or experience in matters relating to health. Honorable members, when you look at the county health management team and the functions that they are carrying, which the chair has already discussed here, you'd see that there's a lot of things that involve that county hospital. But the membership of that committee is only talking about the county director of health, the administrative officer, all section heads, the medical superintendent of the county, as amended just now by the chair. But you see, there's no ownership of anything within that county hospital to the local community. So I was asking that we amend so that there is given a local ownership to this. When Honorable Senator Professor Kamar was also making a contribution, she had the same thought process. So we thought to create ownership, I put the amendment, the proposal amendment, so that there is local ownership. Honorable members, you see sometimes all these people, these medical superintendents, the medical officers and so on, are not people from the local community. They have no connection. In fact, they just come to work. Some of them, at least in these far-off counties, they're always looking for a way to get out. But if there is a local representation, it helps in terms of ownership of the whole process. I submit. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the chair, Senator Marigo, and Senator Danson Mungatana. I put the question that clause 11 is some information, Senator Marigo.
Allow me to ask Honorable Chair and honorable members, I just wanted to provide some information on that section of the bill, that the committee we are talking about there in that bill is actually the technical health team of the county. And these are just to deal with the technical matters of health, like policy and all those things that we have stated there, for purposes of running this program. At the facility level, if you follow the bill as we progress, you'll find the members of the community are now involved in the total management of the facility. And that is where the members of the public and the community comes in. I thought that clarification would be good for honorable members to have.
Thank you for the clarification. I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by Chair Senator Madago and Senator Mungatana. I put the question that clause. You have something more, Senator Mungatana?
I wanted assurance from the chairman. I just wanted assurance if the local communities will be taken care of with the other one, because if that be so, I'll be willing to yield this one. We drop it, we go with yours.
Senator Madago?
Yes, Honorable Chair, that is a position that at the facility level, the members of the community will be involved. And in fact, I think we had proposals of even giving them a little bit more powers in the amendment that was suggested by members so that they can actually take decision. And that is basically why in some of the proposals that have been discussed by honorable members, which we have also discussed and agreed, that is the point where we want the community to be very strong and remove the Ministry of Health from going all the way to the facility level.
Senator Mungatana, would you then want to withdraw?
Yes, Madam Senator, in view of that information, I would want to yield that one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That the amendments being carried through are the ones from the chair. I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by Senator Madago. I put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by Senator Madago, division at the end. Next.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill, division at the end. Next.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill, and I invite the chair of Health Committee, Senator Madago, to move that amendment, followed by Senator Danson Mungatana, who also had a proposal on an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move an amendment on clause 13, that clause 13 of the bill be amended in subclause 2 by deleting the word medical appearing immediately after the word there in paragraph A and substituting therefore the word health. Honorable members, we are moving that amendment in view of the fact that health management is really not a preserve of doctors only. We have several cadres of medical personnel, and you realize that in counties, there are situations where we have other cadres like nurses, clinical officers, public health officers who have been given the opportunity to serve in those capacities. And we looked at that in relation to the Health Act. If you use the medical officer, then you are already denoting the doctor in the facility. And we therefore propose the amendment that it should be health officer in charge of the sub-county, so that if it is any other cadre, for as long as they have been designated to be in charge of the sub-county, then it becomes part of the members of that committee.
Senator Danson Mungatana, your amendment, can you please move it?
Honorable Chair, this is a similar amendment to expand the membership. So we've agreed it's been taken care of, so I drop that amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. So the amendment is now aligned. So I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by Chair Senator Madago. I put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by Senator Madago. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill, division at the end. Next. You have something, Senator Faki?
In view of what the amendments that are going on, we might be caught up by time. Yeah? We don't need to. Thank you.
We do not need to extend time at this point. Maybe later. Next.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. I invite Senator Danson Mungatana to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, again, this was expanding the departmental teams, the management team. So we withdraw the proposed amendment. Thank you, Chair.
The amendment is now withdrawn. So I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Honorable Senators, as you notice, we have a lot of amendments that we have to canvass through. So we'll ask all the movers of the amendments to be very fast as they move the amendment. So I'll call the next one.
Clauses 16 and 17.
I propose the question that clause 16 and 17 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 16 and 17 be part of the bill, division at the end. Next.
Clause 18.
I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. I invite Senator George Mbogwa to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 18 be amended as proposed in the order paper. Chair, this amendment proposes to provide clarity in the composition of the Health Facility Management Committee, specifically as it relates to the inclusion of a person living with disability as a member of the committee. The clause as currently drafted does not provide for the specific appointment of a person with disability to represent the interest. And further, clause 18.3 as drafted causes ambiguity and lacks clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Chair of Health Committee, you might need to comment on this one because it appears to be similar to the one that was proposed by Senator Danson Mungatana. Clause 18.
Honorable Chair, this is slightly different from what Honorable Mungatana was proposing. This is actually where the members of the public will now be part of the committee. And I think if there's no provisions for persons with disability, we can actually go by that amendment. And I would also ask Honorable Mungatana to look at that so that that is the section where we want to carry members of the public at the facility management.
Chair.
Senator Mungatana.
Chair, I see that if you look at like E and D and C, you see there is a village representative, there's a person from the Women's Forum, there's one person from the youth organization, one person from faith-based organization. So, Madam Chair, I think the concerns I have will have been accommodated in this one. So I'm comfortable, Chairman, Health. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So that means we go by the amendment from Senator Bogwa. I propose the question that... Senator Boni, you have a question?
No, not a question. I wanted to comment on the proposed amendment by Mbugua. I was worried that since Senator Mungatana is scattered for, that it might be detrimental to the proposed amendment by Mbugua. Mbugua's amendment is an improvement on the bill. because people living with disability, as you know, sometimes do not have a big voice. So it's good that we put it in writing. I would appeal to colleagues that we support the amendment by Mbugua. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by Senator George Mbogwa. I put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by Senator George Mbogwa. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. This amendment to be moved by Senator Edwin Sifuna, and we also have an amendment proposed by Senator Godfrey Otsotsi. You need to look at the similarity of the amendments and align.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I propose to amend that clause 19 of the bill be amended by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph H. The first one is implement the recommendations of the Auditor General made pursuant to Section 31(3)(a) of the Public Audit Act. Implement the recommendations of the Senate and the respective County Assembly on the relevant report of the Auditor General, and implement the relevant recommendations of the Controller of Budget on the facility. Madam Speaker, the amendment is meant to bring in the accountability institutions in the law over these retained funds, and it is word for word similar to the proposal by Senator Osotsi. So, since you've given me to go first, maybe he can drop his because it's the same thing.
Senator Godfrey Otsotsi, what's your take?
Chair, I confirm the amendment is the same, and therefore I'll drop my amendment.
Thank you, Senator Otsotsi. I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by Senator Edwin Sifuna. I put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by Senator Edwin Sifuna. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I invite the chairperson, Senator Madago, to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, I beg to move an amendment on clause 21, that clause 21 of the bill be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the word special purpose appearing immediately after the words and operated are, and substituting therefore the word bank. Honorable members, if you read that section, there shall be opened and operated a special purpose account for every entity into which all monies received by and on behalf of the entities of the facility improvement financing shall be paid into. So we are proposing an amendment to remove special purpose and just replace it. There shall be opened and operated a bank account for every entity. And the reason we are doing that is special purpose account was opened at the county level, where again you would require the chief officer to be the one sending the money again to facilities, creating layers of bureaucracy in terms of the funds management. So this is meant to allow the facilities to open a bank account.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill, and I invite Senator Sifuna to move the proposed amendment.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I propose that clause 23 of the bill be amended in subclause 9 by deleting the words returns stroke accounts in the prescribed format appearing immediately after the words expected to file, and substituting therefore the words returns and financial accounts in the format prescribed by county legislation.
I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by Senator Sifuna. I put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by Senator Sifuna. Next. Division at the end.
Clauses 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
I propose the question that clause 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Next.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill, and I invite Senator Edwin Sifuna to move the amendment.
Madam Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by deleting clause 29 and substituting therefore the following new clause. County legislation, a county government may enact legislation to give further effect to the provisions of this act in the respective county. Madam Speaker, Chair, just briefly, if you look at the current section 29, it says the county executive committee member for health shall make regulations for the better carrying out of the provisions of this act. And in our thinking, we thought that it is, instead of just making regulations or mandating the county executive committee for health to make regulations, it is better if the counties themselves just pass legislation to give effect to this, as some of the counties have already passed some legislation, for instance, on the one we were discussing the morning, on the community health volunteers.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by Senator Sifuna. I put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by Senator Sifuna. Division at the end. Next.
New clause 23A.
I will invite the movers of this clause, the new clause, Senator Godfrey Otsotsi and Senator Edwin Sifuna in that order, to present. This will be to read those clauses a second time.
Madam Honorable Chair, I beg to move that we do an amendment to create clause 23A. As per the order paper.
Let the new clause 23A be now read a second time.
Yeah, let the new clause 23A be now read at that time. Madam, as per the order paper. Madam Speaker, the essence of this amendment is to ensure that the committees are obligated to make annual reporting on financial matters. I checked all over the bill, that is not provided for. And since they will be dealing with the money issues, I think it's more accountable for them to do financial reporting as provided for in law, at least 3 months after the end of the financial year, and also provide the same information to the Control of Budget and Commission on Revenue Allocation. Commission on Revenue Allocation to align to Article 205 of the Constitution, and of course Control of Budget, because they will be dealing with matters of budget as per that section of the law.
Senator Sifuna. Senator Sifuna, this amendment is very similar to what I think you were sitting together when you are doing these proposals.
It is.
Do you want to withdraw it?
Yes, I want to withdraw it. I want to withdraw mine.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 23A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 23A be now read a second time, division at the end. Next.
Clause 2, the title, and clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Point of order.
Members, honorable members, we are now proceeding to divisions, and the division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
Point of order.
Point of order. Whose point of order?
I
Senator
have an
Otsotsi?
amendment to clause 2.
Which of you? Did you file your amendment, Senator Otsotsi?
It's even on the order paper.
Is it? Chair of the Health Committee, are you? Kindly approach. We see what you have.
The one I have.
Senator Otsotsi, I've confirmed it's in the order paper. So we'll go back to clause 2 to accommodate Senator Otsotsi. And I will invite Senator Otsotsi to present the amendments.
Madam Chair, I beg to move an amendment to clause 2 as per the order paper to give definition to receivables, which is a term referred to in the body of the bill, but which requires some clarity. So that to be clear that receivables means monies raised by the county health facility, monies appropriated by a county government, conditional grants, donations, and gifts. Madam Speaker, this is important so that to avoid ambiguity in the implementation of this bill and to provide clarity on the sources of funds for the health facility.
Thank you, Senator Otsotsi. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Senator Otsotsi. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Senator Otsotsi, division at the end. Do you want to add something? Senator Eddie, you should be faster than the chair when you want to add something to a clause before we do the proposal.
Chair, I think you are on high adrenaline because of time. But I think that, Chair, I'm not sure how that amendment sits well with the definition or the purpose of this bill. Because I think that the way I get it was that this bill takes receivables purely on business terms. Those cash flow resources that come as a function of running a profit and loss account, Madam Speaker, so that the moment you open up the term receivables to include any other sources other than sources that are regarded with course of doing business, then you put those facilities actually at risk. Because then some of the grants or other finances that are given by government to these facilities are actually mainstreamed together with the CIDPs of counties. So I think that it would be appropriate just to leave receivables in pure business terms to be receivables as is in accounting, whereby it is just money that they have done business with regards to offering their healthcare services. So I don't support that amendment.
Senator Otsotsi, do you want to put any word on that comment by
Well,
Senator
I understand his explanation, but Madam Chair, I think when you make reference to clause 6, particularly part 3 and 4 and 7 of that section, then you realize it is an ambiguity. In 4, they make reference to income and other receivables. Then in 7, they make reference to sources of revenue and other receivables. I wanted to give clarity to that so that it's very clear what other receivables are. Because, this bill is going to deal with money issues, and it must be aligned to the PFM, which is very specific on all the funds that an entity gets must be accounted for.
So, Senator Otsotsi and Senator Eddy, I believe this can be put to division.
The title and clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 2. I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end. We are moving to divisions now, and I will request the Sergeant at Arms to ring the division bell for 5 minutes.
The quorum bell at the Senate is currently on. Another quorum bell after the consideration of the primary health care bill. Now the House has been considering the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill. This is Senate Bills number 43 of the year 2023. Currently we have a division in the House, and the quorum bell is currently on to rally members of the Senate to make their way back into the chamber so that the House can consider this particular bill with amendments. There are a couple of amendments that have been moved to this particular bill, and so the senators will be voting over the inclusion of the amendments into this particular bill, as well as voting for this particular bill in general. The Finance Improvement Bill is a bill that seeks to provide for public health facility improvement, financing, as well as management and administration of the improvement financing for the connected purposes. Among the principal objects of this particular bill on facilities improvement financing bill is to provide for an efficient, secure, as well as accountable mechanism for the collection, retention, and management of revenue derived from health services rendered at public health facilities in Kenya, as well as establish a governance framework that will facilitate effective planning, effective coordination, as well as mobilization and access to public health facilities improvement financing in Kenya. The bill further seeks to provide for the appropriation, management, as well as use of retained health services revenue to supplement operations and facilitate quality service delivery in the public facilities. By and large, the Facilities Improvement Bill is a bill that seeks to sort of enhance service delivery across the country in various health facilities, as well as improve financing, which includes benefit sharing. And this is in accordance with the relevant laws of Kenya, as well as provide for a unified system to guide financial management in public facilities and improve efficiency and effectiveness, and ultimately the quality of service delivery. The bill proposes that there be retention of all monies raised or received by, as well as on behalf of all public health facilities.
Your teller for the nays. Mimi chair.
Tell us for the names.
Teller for the nays. Senator Sifuna for the nays, Senator Murango for the ayes. Honorable members, we'll have one vote for the 4 questions. So I will read the 4 questions very clearly, and then we'll do one vote and take the tally.
Okay, one vote for the 4.
Yes, one vote for the 4.
That makes it easier.
Clauses to be deleted. I put the question that clause 5 be deleted. 2, new clause. I put the question that new clauses 23A be now read a second time. Clause 3, Clauses with amendments. I put the question that clauses 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 15, 18, 19, 21, and 23 be amended as proposed. 4, all clauses. I put the question that clause 3 as amended, clause 4 as amended, clause 6, 7, clause 8 as amended, clause 9 as amended, clause 10 as amended, clause 11 as amended, clause 12, clause 13 as amended, clause 14, clause 15 as amended, clause 16, clause 17, clause 18 as amended, clause 19 as amended, clause 20, clause 21 as amended, clause 22, clause 23 as amended, clause 24, clause 25, clause 26, clause 27, clause 28, and clause 29 as amended, new clause 23A, clause 2 as amended, the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. We are now proceeding to vote. Let's have the names, read out the names.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County. Senator Adan Dulo Fatumo, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherokee Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
Madam Chairperson, I vote yes on all the amendments.
Senator Chesang Alan, Kericho, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
You have to indicate it's yes to all the questions, not to all the amendments. Some are not amended. Senator Aaron Cheriot, can you repeat your answer? To all the questions. Yes to
Sorry.
all the
Yes to all the questions, Madam Chairperson.
Senator Alan Chesang.
I vote yes to all the questions.
Senator Chute Mohammed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County. Senator Haji Abdul Mohammed, Garissa County.
Chair, I vote yes for all the questions.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County.
Chair, Homa Bay votes yes to all the questions.
Senator Kamau Joseph Githuku, Lamu County.
Chair, Lamu votes yes to all the questions.
Senator Katuri Murungi, Meru County.
Napiga ndio kwa maswali yote.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Khalwale Boni, Kakamega County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes to all the clauses.
Senator Kipkiror William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Chair, I vote yes to all the questions.
Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes to all the questions.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Tumbesi, Samburu County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for all the questions.
Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Machiru, Kilifi County.
Mama Mwenyekiti, napiga ndio kwa maswala yote.
Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplangat, Uasin Gishu County.
Honorable Chair, I vote yes to all the questions.
Senator Matthew John Muia, Nyandarua County.
Honorable Chair, I vote yes to all the questions.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
Embu County, yes, 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 yes.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Tana River County.
Madam Chair, Tana River votes yes to all the questions.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County.
Kirinyaga inapiga kura ndio kwa maswali yote.
Senator Musama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes for all the questions.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Bi mwenyekiti, napiga ndio kwa maswali yote manne.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Kwa maswali yote manne napiga ndio.
Senator Ngugi Joe Joseph Nyutu, Murang'a County.
Murang'a County votes yes to all the questions.
Senator Ojenda Tom Odhiambo, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County. Senator Okech Edi Gishuru, Migori County.
Mwenyekiti, ningependa kudhibitisha ya kwamba jimbo la ugatuzi la Migori County imepiga ndio kwa maswali yote.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekila Nedama, Narok County. Senator Onyoka Richard Momoima, Kisii County. Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
Chair, I vote yes to all the questions.
Senator Richard Julius Murgo, West Pokot County.
Yes to all 4 questions.
Senator Ali Roba Ibrahim, Mandera County. Senator Seki Lenkwole Kanar, Kajiado County.
Kajiado County votes yes to all the questions.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi County.
Yes to all the questions.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
I answer yes to all the 4 questions.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
Kwa orodha ya maswali yote manne nathibitisha kwamba ndio.
Senator Wakili Hirali Sigei, Bomet County. Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Bomet.
Senator
For Bomet, all the 4 questions, I vote yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Chair, Nyeri County votes yes to all questions.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kiyo, Kitui County.
Madam Chair, I vote yes to all the 4 questions.
For record purposes, the clerk will read out all the names of those who are not here, so we are sure.
No, Madam Chair, I think I voted without the mic being on, so can I, for the purpose of record?
Yes, you can repeat.
Yeah, I can repeat, yeah. I vote yes for all the questions.
Thank you.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarkey Samson, Nandi County. Senator Chute Mohamed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Ekoma James Lomelen, Turkana County. Senator Kerote Tabita Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Moruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County. Senator Ojenda Tom Odhiambo, Kisumu County. Senator Oburu Oginga, Siaya County. Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Onyonka Richard, Kisii County, Senator Ali Roba Ibrahim, Mandera County.
So we'll take the tally. Like, the results of the division are as follows. Ayes 31, nay 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it. Mover of the motion, of the bill, sorry. Chairperson, Senator, or is it? Oh, sorry.
It's me.
It's a majority leader.
Yes. Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the Senate its consideration of the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
All the senators, before we put the vote or we conclude this bill, if you look at the time, you can realize that we have short our time by now almost 15 minutes. So I won't take my discretion and extend for more 15 minutes, then we can adjourn. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Yes, mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. I beg Senator Wambua to second. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. As many as of the same opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. Mover.
Oh, sorry, the ayes have it.
Mike, please. Okay, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, be now read a third time. I beg Senator Eddie Okech to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Let's now go to the division, Sergeant at Arms. Just 1 minute is enough. Because I can see the roasty sheep is back, Senator Gatai. And then you draw the bar. Now close the door and draw the bar. And then let's get the tellers. Mwenda Kataya, you are one of the tellers. And Senator Sifuna. Now you can call out the names of the senators. Oh, sorry, let me put the question. Honorable Senators, under Senator Medu, I propose the question that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023, be now read at that time. I put the question that the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023, be now read at that time.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed, Wajir County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Adandulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarkei Samson, Nandi County. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
I vote yes.
Senator Chesang Alan Kiprotich, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes.
Senator Chute Mohamed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Okomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County. Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed, Garissa County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County. Senator Kamau Joseph Gituku, Lamu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Katuri Murungi, Meru County.
I vote yes.
Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Khalwale Boni, Kakamega County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Kipkiror William Cheptumo, Baringo County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kisang William Kipkemoi, Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Lelegwe Steve Iltumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County. Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Mandago Jackson Kiplagat, Uasin Gishu County.
Honorable Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Matthew John Muya,
Honorable
Nyadaro
Speaker,
County.
I vote yes.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munyi, Embu County.
M County, I vote
Yes.
Senator Mungatana Danson Buya, Tana River County.
I vote yes.
Senator Murango James Kamau, Kirinyaga County.
I vote yes.
Senator Muthama Agnes Kavindu, Machakos County.
Machakos votes yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County. Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, Tharaka Nithi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Munyihaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
Bwana Spika, napiga ndio.
Senator Nyutu Joe, Murang'a County.
Mr. Speaker, Murang'a votes yes.
Senator Ojiambo Tom, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County. Senator Okech Eddie Gicheru, Migori County.
Mr. Speaker, Migori votes yes.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Ledama Olekina, Narok County. Senator Onyonka Richard Momoima, Kisii County. Senator Osotsi Godfrey Atieno, Vihiga County.
Vihiga votes yes.
Senator Recha Julius Murgor, West Pokot County.
West Pokot votes yes.
Senator Robert Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County. Senator Seki Lenku Olekamanar, Kajiado County.
Kajiado votes yes.
Senator Sifuna Edwin Watenya, Nairobi County.
I vote yes.
Senator Thangwa Paul Karungo, Kiambu County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wafula David Wakoli, Bungoma County.
I vote yes.
Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, Bomet County.
Bomet votes yes.
Senator Wamatinga Wahome, Nyeri County.
Nyeri County votes yes.
Senator Wambua Enokiyo, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma, Isiolo County. Senator Boy Isa Juma, Kwale County. Senator Cherarkei Samson, Nandi County. Senator Chute Mohamed Said, Marsabit County. Senator Ekomwa James Lomenen, Turkana County. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno, Homa Bay County. Senator Keroche Tabitha Karanja, Nakuru County. Senator Maanzo Daniel Kitonga, Makueni County. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County. Senator Ojenda Tom Odhiambo, Kisumu County. Senator Oginga Oburu, Siaya County. Senator Okoiti Andrew Omtata, Busia County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Onyonka Richard, Kisii County. Senator Robert Ali Ibrahim, Mandera County.
Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division. Ayes that 1, noes 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for public health facility improvement financing and management and administration of the improvement financing for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:55 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 28 September 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you guys.